Man, listen. It is Sipping on Sundays with a Monday. Mr. Campbell, Zoe Phillips, man, we got, and when they say an action-packed show, Zoe, we got so much stuff to talk about. It is crazy what we got to talk about, man. So much stuff been going on. We had to move it because Zoe got some things to talk about. And man, listen, man, as you know, I got the links, man. I got the articles and stuff like that, man. So listen, man, all I want you to do, man, tell your folks that Sipping on Sunday on a Monday is on. Go get you something to drink. Go let people know that we live, we here. And man, we about to get down to it and everything. This is Sipping on Sundays on the Off Script Network. Sipping on Sundays on the Rocket Mill channel. And you know we about to talk about it. So, you know, I'm about to go and get that nice little music, man. I'm about to call my boy, as y'all call him, Kamikaze. My boy Brad Frank, my classmate. I'm about to get Brad do us an intro.
Brad Franklin.
Get my boy do us an intro or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on that. I'm gonna have us a little intro going on there. You know, little mix of the blues and a little Mississippi rap. You know what I'm saying? Coming through there. Now, Zoe, as they say, good question is, how you doing? Because I got some questions about something you did this weekend. So why don't you tell the folks how you doing?
I'm good. I'm all over the place, but I'm good right there, man. Got a lot of irons in the fire right there.
You know, a lot of irons in the fire, you know, getting ready for this wedding and stuff like that. Last week, and shout out, listen, man, had a crazy, awesome show, man. Got so much great feedback, man. Yeah. Shout out to my boy Mike Reed coming in with the pinch hit home run and everything. Broke that APR down, man. You know how your boy did. Had to break. So listen, one thing. So you know one thing about me and you, and you know this is why me and you get along. We all about the facts. We are not the people that just showed up when Prime showed up. We're not the people that don't know certain teams. We're the people that when they kind of ask a question, we usually got the right answer. So I had to school these folks last week. I had to give them a master class because I got many jobs around here. You know, so I had to let them know I'm also an APR investigator.
Shout out to my girl, and before let you finish, but it's a little reminder I want to tell everybody. Google is free. Google is free. That's all I'm going to say.
You know, but let me tell you something, Zoe. I'm going to say this. But some people don't know how to use Google. Because you know what happens with some people when they Google? They still get the wrong answer. I've seen it too many times. Because, see, what happened is, they don't want to go look at fact. They'll go look at something on Instagram. Well, I saw it on Instagram, Mr. Campbell's got to be true because I Googled. I saw it on YouTube. I said, bro, who is the person that posted? Well, I don't know. It's somebody in his basement. Yo 35. Talking about, I know who the next basketball coach is going to be at Jackson State. How you know, bro? You got 2 followers. You've been sitting in the basement, man. You know, it's just crazy. But so I do want to share something because we're going to start off this thing real quick. Because I'm an old man, but I want to just share something real quick because I want folks to know, boy, when you clean up, when you clean up, boy, you look pretty amazing now. I want to just share this picture real quick. So, bruh.
Yeah, man.
Bruh, listen.
And look, that was just a proof I sent you. You know what I'm saying? We had just got it shot in, so that was just one proof from that she sent over. But man, she actually just got all the pictures back day before yesterday. Yeah.
You know, man, so listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. There's nothing as a brother. Ain't nothing when you see another brother. You know how the old folks say, boy, you clean right there, boy. You might have clean like that. Now you already got your better half. I wasn't worried about her. I know she was gonna be stunning. But you know, when people like me and you, so they sometimes we have to step out on these folks sometimes. So
listen.
Look, I see you had the little pose there, bro. You know, I see you give a little action there at the folks say when you're in my business.
Look, we down the quarter. And shout out to Rhonda, man. She excuse me, that she talking about down in New Orleans, man. She was amazing, man. It was a dope experience, man. So yeah, we were down in the quarters. We did a couple of looks, man. We were down in the quarters at a hotel, down in the French quarters, shoot some shots, and we actually went up to City Park. They did some shots, man. City Park was packed. There was an audience out there, man, but everybody showed love, so it was pretty dope, man.
Okay, now Zoe, listen. So I want to tell people, Zoe hit me up. He said, "Hey, man, big bro, I got a little date I got to go on, a little surprise date, and I got to go." I said, "Well, Zoe, where you going?" He said, "Hey man, you heard of tonight's conversation?" I said, "Yeah, I see those clips and stuff like that." So yeah, me and my girl gonna go to tonight's conversation. That's all. Listen, I'm gonna say something. Now let me make you. So you're at the beginning of the millennials, right? That's where you're at, right? That's where you're at.
No. I'm a Gen X, baby.
Are you sure?
I'm Gen X.
Who you
78.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna give you that, but I ain't gonna give you that.
No, I'm Gen X. Hold on. I'm Gen X through and through.
You made about 2 years. You made about 2 years.
No, dog. I made it by the life. I'm a Gen Xer, dog.
Okay. All right.
Look, if I'm alive and kicking to tell you I remember the day Marvin Gaye died, ain't no millennial can tell you that.
Okay, all right.
Watching Showtime Lakers live in the
Hold on now. Wait a minute now, because I'm an older Gen X, and I wasn't born in the 60s. You see what I'm saying? I was at the very beginning, so you're just like that. So I couldn't tell you when Martin Luther King died. That was 2 years before. So there's things you ain't gonna know now. There's things you ain't gonna know. So let's just say that. But I want to say this because this is not directed at you, because I understand. I think those kids. But I was sitting up here thinking about this zone. Say, man. These folks go all around. Now, I know, correct me if I'm wrong, majority of them on that stage are not married. But I got no.
Dude, I got some things to say about it. Okay.
Hold on. Let me set it up. And they go, and so if you don't mind, I mean, if you want to, how much are the tickets?
That's what I'm finna get to, dog. So I gotta explain. Hold on, before I answer it, I gotta say this. So it was packed.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely. Everywhere they go.
Here's the thing. So regular general admission tickets, bro, was $70.
Oh.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me say that one more time. $70, man.
Hold on. Regular general admission was $70, but bro, they had VIP tickets. But the VIP tickets were different levels to it, right?
Yeah.
Bro, the front row tickets, I'm not kidding. You can pull it up. The front row tickets. Oh, that beet juice is so nasty. The front row tickets, bro, $700. Oh, listen to me, Steve.
I got front row tickets. I'm getting hot because you just said that.
Listen, the front row tickets was $700, and then they had another slot that was like, don't quote me on this one, I could be wrong. It was either $200 or $250. And they were all field pimping. And so let me tell you how they did the seating. So it was in the convention center. And so they had it like in how they got individual seats, so they know pews, but if you can imagine, you had one huge section in the middle, and then you had my bad. And then you had a big section to the left, big walkway, alleyway, big section in the middle, then another alleyway, and then section on the right.
Right.
And bro, I'm talking about it was all field. And so the middle section, which I was in, and me and Miko might have been about, if I had to guess, man, I say I probably somewhere between 20 and 25 rows back. All right. And it was way more rows behind us, dude. And in each section, well, I can't say that, but the middle section had to been at least 25 seats.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about just in the middle section.
Yeah, right.
25 seats in rows. Bro, they made a killing. And so what they did was we went to they did one section, right? Did a whole little spiel, went to an intermission, and then did like a second half. Okay. So because they had Dr. Bryant, who's not a real doctor, by the way.
I'm not
gonna
we already know that.
I'm
gonna let the great
let me say this. So first half, Dr. Bryant was there, and then it had intermission. Then when the second half came, she wasn't there, and then Lance Gross came on.
Okay. Lance Gross was
there? Yeah. But Dr. Bryant was on first, and man, she came on stage twerking that thing too. Like I got a whole different viewpoint of her. Like I saw her at the Jeezy concert, but But if you see the video of her twerking last night, yeah, she was twerking. I mean, but it was dope, man. It was dope. I would actually go again. It was I told I told my girl, I was like, if you were Jackson and you wanted to get you a chick, last night was the night to go get you one. Because it was like 30-1 in there.
I already know that.
So
all right, so here's my thing. All right, so I'm gonna go old man. So I sat up there and I figured you said $70. This is why, and I'm gonna take you out of it because this really doesn't apply to you. Because they're real, because those folks are definitely younger than us. You will agree on that. You will agree they're millennials, right? You will agree they're all millennials. Okay. Here's what's crazy about millennials, and I'm gonna say that to Gen X and even the book. We have failed our children because these cats are probably the same age as my kids and stuff like that. Here's the thing. So when we was that age, we didn't have to go to the Coliseum. So we went to somebody's barbecue. We went with the uncles and aunts, and they was giving advice. And guess what? It was free, and you got something to eat. You got something to eat. I didn't have to pay $70. You bring your girl there, or somebody, such and such will have a little trouble with the marriage. She go over there with the old ladies, the brother.
I'm gonna tell you something that you just admitted to that went over your head and everybody else's. Because I'm gonna say this that's gonna tie into what you just said. I'm so thankful and glad that I grew up in a generation where I had to, when I was at the mall or the grocery store, wherever else it was, if I saw a young lady and I was attracted, or if I liked her, I had to walk up to her on a cold call to go get it.
Well, okay.
Because guess what? In essence, that's what you're saying. Like, guess what? You had to want to, right? Or I'm going to this barbecue. I'm going to this barbecue to meet women. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going here to meet women. That's a lost art right now because it's easy. Because like, oh, let me get your what's your name on your IG? Hey, you know what I'm saying? What's your name on whatever social platform you got? I don't need your number no more. What's your name? Hey, let me follow you. You know what I'm saying? It took the risk away because they ain't got to worry about making that cold call, saying something to you off the strip. Like if I see you, not on my phone, but I see you in real life, ain't no filter. I got to go get you. I love being that I was from that generation. I love it.
Well, I'm gonna say this, man. I told somebody, I said, somebody, hey, where's Zoe? 656. She always monitoring the chat, making sure everything. Because she said, where's Zoe, Steve? I said, well, Zoe, he going out with his fiance and going to that conversation. That's how we got on this. Because, bro, listen, y'all don't need to be listening to people. Now, listen, I'm gonna say this because like I said, I know Zoe family, I know where he come from and everything. So there's two parts to this, Zoe. There's the entertainment part, right? So you go for the entertainment. So I know you went for the entertainment. Because I know doggone well you got a mom and daddy, and ain't nothing else they told you that your mom and daddy ain't already told you. Okay. So you went for the entertainment. But I'm talking about the people that go to act like they're getting advice from these folks.
Well, let me speak to that. Because honestly, bro, being there, I can tell you those questions are loaded. I can tell you that those questions are loaded.
Oh, they got plans. They got plans in the stadium.
I think they have like predetermined questions, a few of them already, right?
Yeah,
but they're real legit answers. I can appreciate that. But man, some stuff that people be asking sometimes, if we keep it in a book, it's like, come on, man, but look like a duck, quite like a duck, and damn mongoose. Like some stuff just kind of go without saying. Like the first question, I kid you not, was I'm dating this guy, but he's married and he's been married for about 5-6 years. Am I, what do I do in regards to if about wanting to be with him? And you know what I'm saying? Like you really asking that question?
See, this is the reason why you got to have. See, man, listen, what I'm talking about. See, they used to write songs about this. You go and get a meal, you go in there and you go over there with the old men. See, them men have been married 20, 30 years. They give you that real advice. And I listen, now I ain't saying they perfectly married, but they still married. And they give you them little keys to how to stay married. And you sit over there and you listen. And the woman over there, because she's upset about the guy. And then those sages, those wise women say, listen, This thing ain't no marathon. This thing ain't no sprint. This thing is a journey. And me and your Uncle Larry been on this journey for 45 years. And we're going to keep going. See, give you that type of advice. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, how y'all paying $70, $80, $700 for something we should give y'all for free? That's my own thing. Y'all paying $700. And so I'm going to say, listen, to all the old school Gen X and baby boomers, listen, man, y'all need to start having these barbecues again. Stop talking about folks can't come to your house. Stop talking about y'all, you're too busy. Because y'all doing the same stuff. Get off the hand, but bring them young folks. Because another thing, too, the young folks ain't getting married. They think they don't have to get married. Then they going to get old. So I just had to point that. I'm like, man, we didn't have to do that, bro. We had barbecues. We had them old folks barbecues. So listen, we going to transition. Because we got, so listen, y'all. Once again, Sippin On Sundays on a Monday. Zoe Phillips, Mr. Campbell, Off Script Network, Rocky Miller Channel. Man, listen, we got a couple of hot topics that we're going to talk about. But Zoe, there's some things, when I was in Jackson, man, we used to go and you'd be playing, we just used to hang out, you know what I'm saying? And people just go. And especially if you was young, you know how you go down to where the light pole is or the fire hydrant and everybody, you know what I'm saying, kind of just meet down there. And that's when you go figure out what you're going to do today.
No, my house was there. I had the street light, the street light in Northgate. Look, in Northgate, in Northgate, I have a street light into my house. Yeah.
So we gonna talk about what's going on. We down here at the street light. So there's a couple things that I just want to ask you a question. We're gonna kind of go around some things I've seen, and I just want to get your opinion on it. Cause man, it's some things that just been interesting. But the one thing I want to talk about, Deshaun Jackson, and how they gonna try to get the bags on. I don't know if you've seen this, but I got to share this. I thought this was pretty interesting, and I got to give Deshaun Jackson some credit. So this is what Deion Jackson, those guys posted on Delaware State. So this is it. The new Jack spring game experience. Limited spots available. Do you want to have a sideline access during the spring game? Do you want to be a guest coach? Do you want to throw the Eagles legend for a touchdown? Guess what here, Zoe? You can do it. Welcome to the new Jack era experience, boy. Guess what, Zoe?
Hey. What was New Jack the first one to come up with the idea?
Well, okay, hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna give me a second. I just won't break this down. I'm gonna let you get that announcement because see, we always talk about who's first and who left. So look, DJ said, "Listen, man, you could be a defensive. I'm gonna make this bigger right here. You can be defensive guest coach, $300. Assistant defensive staff during the game, sideline access. Be offensive coach." Guest coach, assist offensive staff during the game, sideline access. So for $500, you throw T-Jack, Sean Jackson, a touchdown, and bro, run a play and catch a touchdown pass from Coach Jackson on the field experience in the game. And so you know what? If you just want to just be down with the folks, $100, just give you a little sideline access. $400. So, what do you think about this promotion?
I love it, man. Look, man, one thing about that, when it comes to it, man, everything is different. I ain't no hater. I mean, anything that because again, this is being intentional, thinking outside the box and doing something different than the norm to generate revenue for our program. And we put it on Front Street.
Right.
Because, one thing that's happening over the years, pretty much at all our HBCUs, is moving in secrecy. Doing things in secrecy, getting things out there. Well, guess what? You got a head coach put things out on the forefront of trying to raise revenue for his program, and I love it.
Man, I listen, man. I saw this, and I said, man, you know what? If you got a guy, and he is his coach, celebrity coach, I think that's brilliant.
Yes, sir.
Because there are people. So let's hear Southern. I know y'all was worried about Marshall Faulk, and I know spring game is already paid for something, man, but that don't mean nothing, man. Y'all, hey, man, listen. In the fall, man, go run Marshall Faulk out there. Go pull y'all some dollars. At least you have the Southern gear on by that time. And go get them out there. Man, I love this, man. I love everything about that. I love the fact that you bring in the community and stuff like that, man. I really, when I saw that, I said, man, that is awesome. But Zoe, as we move on, as we hanging out at the light pole on the corner, cars pass by. You know, in certain neighborhoods of Jackson, we didn't have no sidewalks. We were just right there on the corner on that street. You know what I'm saying? we went on no sidewalk. Get out the street, y'all. That's where we hanging out. So
I was just talking about that the other day too.
You know, I'm telling the truth. So I just saw this now, and I had to make a phone call, man. Because listen, one thing about me when I see stuff, shout out to L. What's up, go ahead. And shout out my man. I said, you know, we got something for y'all. And I forgot about my PV. Hey man, hit that PV12. Let them know we got some stuff working for them tonight. But hey man, listen, I saw something, and you know me, so I know folks. I saw something. Now, shout out to my boy T-Buck, you know, sipping on Sundays, Mississippi guy. T-Buck gonna come on already in the text him. He gonna come on sipping on Sundays with him. But so I saw this, and I had to make a phone call up there to the Mississippi Valley to see if this is true. So hold on,
man.
Mississippi Valley might have found him a head coach. And for some of y'all that don't know basketball, this is Mike Davis. Used to be in Indiana. Was the guy that took over
after Bobby Knight.
After Bobby Knight went nuts, took him to a national championship. Didn't hang there. Went somewhere. Didn't he end up at Texas Southern? Didn't he go down to Texas Southern?
Turned Texas Southern around.
Turned Texas Southern around. I had to make sure, because I said, man, you know, folks be, you know, because I don't know the source. You know, man, one thing about me, I source my information. But I had to call some people up there, because you don't know people up there at Valley. They been folks. They said, Mr. Campbell, let me tell you something. Don't tell nobody. This is probably true. Mike Davis. So what are folks at Valley trying to do, man? You know what? Listen, I found this. You know, you got T-Buck. He brought a lot of notoriety to Valley. I know the football players rally around. I know they're trying to raise money for him. But Zoe, what do you think about Mike Davis being the next basketball coach for Mississippi
Man,
Valley?
honestly, for all things included, it's a home run hire for Valley. And I mean that with all due respect. When you think about what we talk about, you know, our schools, and you talk about, hey, everybody say they want a proven winner. Well, guess what? Man, he's been an assistant coach on several Power 4 teams, Power 4 programs. He's been the head coach of a Power 4 program. Like I said, he was in Indiana. He was at UAB. He had great success at UAB. After UAB, he actually went to Texas Southern, turned Texas Southern around, and he's actually been he was at Detroit after that. And actually, do you know where he's coming from Valley, where he's coming to Valley from?
I don't. That's why, hey, let folks know.
Where he's coming from Memphis.
Really? So he was on Penn Hardaway.
He's been in Memphis since 2024.
Wow.
So guess what? That's a short ride from Itabino right there in Greenwood to Memphis. It's a short ride.
Well,
it's a little hour and a half.
I like that he's recruiting that footprint already.
He's already and let me say this: he's already well versed with Mississippi. Mike Davis is actually from Alabama.
That's true.
And Mike Davis got family in Mississippi.
I bet we played at Alabama.
And Mike Davis got family in Mississippi.
Okay.
So being at Memphis right now, very familiar with Eric and familiar with the conference already.
Mm-hmm.
Valley got a fairly new arena. It's a nice arena too. I don't know if anybody's ever actually been. It's a nice arena. Put you in the mind of Tulane's arena. It's a little bit smaller than Tulane's, but put you in the mind of that. But an arena that you can win in, that you can recruit to, that you can get players to. Because again, Coach Stribling had great success at Valley as the head coach. Right. But I think Mike Davis is going to do it. I like the hire. Love the hire. It's a good, logical, sound hire for Mississippi Valley.
Right. You know, I'm going to tell you something, man. And of course, we, like I say, sipping on Sunday. So, man, listen, we know that Valley brand. We know that school well. We're from the state. We know how hard they have tried in all sports. But what I'm going to give that AD credit is he's swinging for the fences. He is trying his best to get that brand. And, man, listen, you know, one thing about it, man, again, we talked about this with basketball, man, and shout out to Nolan Smith, HBCU Coach's Corner interview. He said, man, listen, there's players out there. It's a lot of guys. Coach Smith from Prairie View had him on HBCU Coach's Corner, of course. He said, Mr. Campbell, it's a lot of players out there. So, again, can you get a couple of guys to go for a ride down there in the Delta? Guy, you know, again, he has a name. We're going to talk about name because shout out to a couple of my young boys. They said names don't matter no more and brands don't matter. We're going to get to that. But at least he can come and say, hey, listen, I've coached a national championship. I know what it looks like. I've coached NBA players. Come to Mississippi Valley, let's build something great, man. Man, listen, I like the fact that they're trying. I like the fact that we talking about, because you know what? If the Valley would have hired Joe Smith-Jones, wouldn't have made the show tonight, Joe. We got too much to talk about. Wouldn't have made the show. I'm just letting you know. This was, when I texted it to you, I texted it to you right before the show. I said, ain't no way we're going to make it. Ain't no way. So, man, I am seriously impressed that Valley is making that move, man. And we're going to see, man, like I say, coaches, like I say, got your man that coming from Langston over there at Alabama State, Chris Wright. Chris Wright will be on the HBCU Coaches Corner next week.
That's another solid hire.
Solid hire. Solid hire. We're going to get into that Jack State business in a second. I want to spoil that. Love that hire. Fam, you brought in Charlie Ward. We're already on that recruiting trail getting 6'6" small forwards. Solid hire, raising money. So, man, listen, I love it, man. I love it for the I love that the conference also understand we got to put a premium on basketball now because it's too much money. Shout out to my man, Mr. K. Ocean, PB12 checking in. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and thank you. Paris, the AD's a woman. That's you know what? I should have known that because of the FAMU stuff. You're right. And I remember she got the job because Angie mentored her. So you know what? Thank you, Paris. Because we're moving fast on this thing, man. So we're going to turn the corner, man. Because, we have a certain fan base that's been very excited this past year. They've been winning championships. So we had to actually give them some history about their own school. And then they wanted to challenge us until we had to tell them that we're right. But so you know what? There's something that happened down there that I want to talk about with this fan base. Your boy T-Jack got a raise, so your boy T-Jack, he's got a raise. So we're going to bring this up. Shout out to HBCU Game Day. Like I say, Stephen Gates.
Steve, you gotta say it right. You can't say fan base. They don't have a fan base.
Oh, okay. I see.
They got a handful of fans.
Now see, PB12. Now y'all know. Please send all complaints to Zoe Phillips. I have y'all back. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
Did I lie? They don't have a fan base. They have a handful of fans.
I'm gonna let y'all handle. So I'm here for you, PV. I'm here for you. A little something I date her mama with the preview, so I got to be right by. Her mama big time alumnus down there. I want mama calling me. Mama old school PV.
I mean, you can't say PV12 and then say fan base.
Well, no. Listen, hold on. Wait a minute. You can because see, I like the fact that they are bought into it and they say, you know what? We're not gonna let y'all disrespect us. We gonna, as some of y'all users, I ain't gonna use the word. They took ownership of it.
Well, they are a group of people that they cannot tell a lie. There's nothing to own. I mean, it's 12 of them. Well, now it's about 14. So 14, it's a handful of fans. That's 2 handfuls of fans. And then somebody say I'm hating. How am I hating when you literally go with the moniker of having 12 fans? How is that hating?
They say they're not gonna let y'all define. They say we're gonna own it. Listen, hold on. So let me get through this. Let me get through this. Well, because my PV folks, shout out to my PV folks. They know I got their back, even though Said tried to give me a brass monkey twice, but that's okay. We ain't gonna talk about that. So this is your boy, my guy. T-Jack, my guy. T-Jack let y'all know Mr. Campbell gave money to Prairie View. So T-Jack, Prairie View's making sure the Tremaine Jackson staff are happy after the run at the HBCU title. According to CBS Sports, Prairie View has admitted Coach Jackson contract found the debut year that ended with a conference title and program first celebration bowl. The source told CBS that Jackson received a significant bump in both salary and staff support. According to the report, Jackson salary and football staff pool each increased about 35%. The amended deal also includes a stronger revenue sharing commitment after Prairie View finished 10-4 in Jackson's first season. Now, this is what they HBCU game. That kind of move matters in modern HBCU football. Prairie View did not just reward its head coach for winning, it responded to a championship season by making a larger financial commitment to the program around it. That includes Jackson, but it also includes the assistants and staff members need to sustain the momentum in the transfer portal era. Hey man, listen. Shout out to AD Golf. Shout out to AD Golf not playing no games. And I'm just going to tell you, we got AD Golf on HBCU Coaches Corner tomorrow. So we're going to talk about this. That's what we do. Shout out to AD Golf, knowing what he's got. because I'm gonna say this, and PV folks, you gotta understand it. I am 56 years old. In my formative years of 50 years of just knowing what's going on in the world, I have not talked about PV this much in 50 years. So I'm just gonna tell you, I have not talked about PV this much, other than the streak that we used to laugh at for them 20 years that the streak was going on. I know it wasn't that long. Chill out.
Well, Steve, I hate to have a news flash for you, but
okay.
none of the PV12 did either.
Oh man. Listen, man, I like the fact, and we're gonna talk about brands, and because they say brands don't matter and things, and the new age folks. So PV said they starting a new choice of a new generation, choice of a new generation, which leads into something else I saw. Now I have not verified this, but we're gonna talk about it because they say because if you remember, T-Jack even on our show HBCU Coaches Corner with Coach Johnny Cole, he said we don't do no NIL over there, Mr. Campbell.
Steve, you didn't hear something? Or your signal done drop one? Anyway, let me go get the cracking since Steve gone. So we talking about peer review, and we talking about TJ.
Sorry about that. Hit the wrong button there, so.
There you go.
Yeah, hit the wrong button. So he said, Mr. Camp, we don't do no NIL. If they want to come to Prairie View, they come to Prairie View. I said, okay, coach. Is that why it is? So he said, yeah. So I said, okay. And listen, and guess what? That worked. They won a SWAC championship. But I did see this article, and PV12, y'all know if this is true or not. I'm gonna ask AD Golf tomorrow. But they said that my man T-Jack got a bag for him, Zone. They say T-Jack it got $200,000 in NIL. So not only did he get a raise, he got a little change to get them boys to go to the movies. A little change to hang out with their girlfriend.
And let the PV12 tell it that's the highest NIL package in the SWAC.
No, well, hold on now. Now I know they ain't say that now. I know they
didn't say that. Oh man, listen.
No, wait a minute now. Hold on, man, PV12.
Listen, man. The delusion is high on that flat hill out there in Hempstead, Texas.
PV12 said listen, man, I have challenged the PV12. Because listen, man, listen. And I've told the story 1,000,000,001 time and tell it one time. I know a lot of my boys played Texas A&M. All them big time boys, Sam, all them boys, Kevin Smith, them all my boys, man, all them guys. Put Corey out. And one of my boys played A&M. He said, man, listen, when we left Texas A&M, you know who he hooked up with to get jobs and get connects? With the PV people. The PV people doing the big. That's what he told me. He told me this 7-8 years ago. I said, okay, PV, I see what you're doing. So I've been challenging the PV folk. I know y'all got money down there. I've been down there. I've seen the houses y'all stay, the cars y'all drive. Because I go down to Dallas a lot. Houston, it's my second stomping ground. Internationally known local love. But let's talk about the $200,000 though. $200,000 at least to lure recruits. I believe schools show how much they value about what they do contractually. That's what Coach Jack talking about his contract. But that also means if they got this $200,000, now I don't know if the school is funding this or the PV12 come up with a little bit of this money. But man, $200,000, man, that's a great start right there, Zone. That's a great start. And I want to know when we interview Coach Jack, now he got some money. How you going to issue that money out? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. So come on, man. That's what I want to know.
It is, Steve. It's a good start. It is. It's a good start.
Oh, okay. Isaiah say, "Oh, wait a minute. Let me get a shout out to my boy Isaiah. Isaiah always supporting. That's my nephew right there." Isaiah said, "Oh, and we still got some fundraising dollars come in there." So listen, I said that because one of the things, and this is going to be a great transition. What I'm going to transition to. We all know that in the SWAC, and I'll just start here. PV folks, get to the side. Don't get in your feelings because I'm going somewhere with this. Because I'm actually going to give y'all some credit, something that I saw. The brands in the SWAC, Jack State, brand, I'm in quotation marks, Southern, FAMU. Those are the brands. Those are championship, blue blood.
Grambling.
And Grambling, of course, and Grambling. But they say, hey, Mr. Campbell, that's the old way of thinking. I don't care about no brands no more, Mr. Campbell. That was 20, 30 years ago. I said, okay. So I heard something, so. And, one of the biggest brands, they will say is that Big G. They say they were the one that started the branding in the SWAC. They went everywhere, all over the world with the G. Eddie Robinson, So I saw something with their coach, so, and I want you to listen to this. And then I'm going to bring up a quote from BJ Jones and Lionel to talk about this. So hold on, let me bring this up right here. Where my boy at? Because Mickey Joseph said something very interesting in an interview that he had. And I want to talk about this. We're going to talk about it on the other side. Give me 1 second. We pull this up. Because this was very interesting. Hold on 1 second. Let me pause this and get the sound right and get it all nice and big. Share the screen.
I love what BJ said, because when we really pay attention to it, it's finna X out a whole bunch of schools.
But well, I'm gonna play both sides of the fence on that. So this is, KNO, OE. Hey, I think it's down in Shreveport. I think that's down in Shreveport. And I guess they were doing an interview with Mickey Joseph. But Mickey Joseph said something talking about Grambling, and here we go. If you haven't seen it.
Absolutely, you gotta remind them, because they're not falling in love with the brand. They're falling in love with the dollar sign. And I'm the one. I'm gonna speak the truth. They don't fall in love with the brand anymore. The brand's out the door. They want to know who's going to pay them and who's going to pay them. And now, once the money becomes even, then the brand comes in effect. But until you get the money, if they're getting $4,200 a month, until you can get the $4,200 a month, that's when you can sell a brand. Other than that, you can't. You got to get in the money game first. You got to be to get in their ballpark about what they're looking for. Then you can sell a brand. But yes, we still have a strong brand. We have things that we do around here to make sure the brand stays relevant. But it's a strange thing in college athletics, and you got to deal with it, or it's going to deal with you.
Now,
let me say this.
Yeah, you go ahead.
All that he said is cap. There's truth to it. Let me tell you, it's cap though. There's truth to the statement, but he left out context. So let's look at the source. He's at Grambling.
Right.
Grambling, strong traditional brand. Because two things could be true. But Steve, I got a question for you. Has Grambling been winning?
Not recently, but they did win. They did win the Celebration Bowl back in 2016.
That was 10 years ago.
That was 10 years ago.
But
wait. All right, now don't go on the slippery slope now. So
no. Right. Follow me. Follow what I'm saying, because it's true. Because see, there's two different things that we're talking about here. Here's the difference. That's an outlier. See, he wouldn't be saying what he's saying because he wouldn't have to deal with what he's dealing with if Grambling had the juice right now and they were winning. He wouldn't be saying it.
Okay.
See, that's why I say he leaving out context, because guess what? Players, yes, they want the money, they want to get paid. But if I were to tell you right now, Indiana just won a national championship.
They did.
They beat Ohio State for the Big Ten championship. You think by osmosis that teams want to pick Indiana over Ohio State right now? I can tell you right now they don't. Why is that? Because Ohio State is what? Ohio State. There are certain programs who have a pedigree by being what they are, right? So saying brands don't matter, that's cap. Because Notre Dame is Notre Dame. They all paying. So, there's the outlier right there. So you can take that away. But if I got a chance to go to Notre Dame or go to Oregon State to play football, who do you think going go win that battle majority of the time?
Okay, now wait a minute. All right, so hold on. Let's all right. So this is the question, because I might bring this up because again we got a lot to go on if I bring it up. But there's a young lady. I follow women's college basketball. She getting 1.4 million. She going to Oklahoma State. I know for a fact that Notre Dame was recruiting her.
Yeah, but that's a whole.
Hold on. I'm use your point. So you said Oregon State. If Oregon State is giving you a little bit extra.
Hold on. Here's the thing. But Notre Dame and women's basketball ain't Notre Dame football, Steve. I'm talking. Hold on. It matters.
Wait. But no, hold on. But you can't have it both ways now because you said Grambling 10 years ago, Notre Dame is a hot brand in women's basketball right now. Recent.
I can assure you, Notre Dame, Ohio, Oklahoma State overpaid their hand. That's why they got it. It's free agency.
Well, okay, you're getting my point. So I'm giving back to you what you're saying. I'm asking you the question. Hold on. Just listen to me. You said, I like that, Oregon State. You said who the other school? Did you say Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Okay. And if Oregon State says, hey, listen, go to Notre Dame, they only give you $500,000. We're going to give you $1 million. Because we want you to be a game changer here. But
here's the thing. Here's the thing. In football, Notre Dame is paying, Oregon State is paying. My point is, all things equal on the money front. See, now you're giving a different dynamic because you're saying they're going to overpay.
Wait a minute. And now hold on. Wait a minute. So I'm glad. No, and the basketball is written. All things ain't equal. I'm going to tell you how I know this specifically. Because this right here, I'm a Carolina fan. That boy wanted to go to Carolina. That owner of the Utah Jazz, who's a big BY booster, doubled the money that Carolina was going to pay him.
Here's my point. I said earlier, we know that they're all paying. Money's equal. If money's equal, they're going to get paid either way it go. You got Oregon State or you got Notre Dame. You're going to take Notre Dame. That's just a fact. If all things are equal on the money front, hold on. So I feel you like this. Hold on.
Equals. See, that's the thing. That's what Mickey's saying. It's not equal. You can't no. You can't do that because that's the whole point. Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you exactly to your point, right? If all things are equal, you use Indiana, right? Ohio State is Ohio State. Indiana was like, listen, let's go get some folks. And people went to Indiana. People are going to Texas Tech, and they're in the state of Texas. Texas did not make. Hold on, so I'm using your example. Everything is even. Texas Tech is not a brand. Texas is one of the top 10 brands in all of college sports, and they could not out-recruit Texas Tech because
no. You're saying it wrong. They can't outpay.
Well, pay recruit however you want to say it.
No. There's a distinctive thing.
So I'm using your point. Texas is a big brand, just as big as Notre Dame. Texas Tech got that billionaire and said, you know what, we ain't playing second field to nobody. I'm paying.
You're still making my point, Steve. What I'm saying is, I said if they both got the same financial offer, but it's like free agency, basically. You're making my point. What I'm saying is, if Texas Tech and Texas both had $1 million offer to a kid right now for a wide receiver, both of them got $1 million. Texas, 9 out of 10. Now you tell me where that kid is going.
Well, see,
Texas Tech and Texas.
Wait a minute.
No. Hold on. Answer my question.
I'm agreeing with that, but see, that's not how, because Texas Tech knows they got to pay more than Texas.
So that's my point. Hold on. I led with, in the beginning, I said if you have Oregon State and you got Notre Dame, I said if the money is the same, because the point is that brands don't matter. I'm like, that's cap, because if the money is the same, then the brand is going to win out. That's what Mickey's
talking about, though. Mickey's saying it's not the same because the money is balanced
differently. Mickey, if you play the clip, Mickey said brands do not matter. All they care about is money, is what he said. So correct. I'm saying they're going to get paid. If the money is even, then the brand will show, because they're going to build the brand. Hold on. So right now, that girl who signed with Oklahoma State, she got 1 point. She's like the third height. She's the highest college basketball player. She'll be right behind the two girls in the WNBA. What I'm saying is Notre Dame did not give her the same offer that she got at Oklahoma State. I can assure you that if Notre Dame gave her the same offer that she got at Oklahoma State, she would not be going to Oklahoma State.
No, you missed. That's what I'm saying. You're not okay. Let me. That's not the word.
Go ahead. I want to get it. Go ahead.
I want to, because you know me, you my guy. But no, the point of it is, that argument would be Alabama. We're Alabama. We ain't about to pay. You come to Alabama because we Alabama. That's the reason.
No.
We were rambling. These kids don't care about the brand. They care about getting $4,200. That's what Mickey's saying. Because Grambling got some NIL. They give him a little bit of money down there. But he's saying that will be the same thing Alabama was saying. Why Nick Saban said, I'm out of here because people don't care about the brand and want to be developed. They care about the money. We heard Nick Saban say the exact same thing. And that's what I'm saying. But hold on. But I want to bring up something. And you know, you're right. We are saying too. I'm saying what Mickey's saying. Because that's what Mickey's saying. He's saying that G does not resonate because kids are talking about $400 to $200 a month. Now you agree that's what he said, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. But my thing that I led with that, no, in this climate, you can't sit there and take a stance on any level to say, oh, we're just going to live on what our brand is and we refuse to pay you anything. That ship is sailed. You're going to have to pay. My point is because everybody is paying now. My thing is everybody's paying now. So if there's nothing where we got some teams under the table, some above the table. We're all above the table now, Steve. So what I'm saying is that's why I use the example I used. I said, well, if all things are the same, the offers are the same, because I can assure you we're going to get to some type of collective bargaining. That's going to happen. When that happens, because it's going to happen, they're going to have a cap and they're going to have a pay scale for every roster spot. Okay? So now when that happens, and that girl that just got that offer at Oklahoma State won't be able to get like this offer over here that's going to trump over here in Notre Dame, whatever the case may be, then it's going to level out. And at that point, the brands are going to matter. Because if I'm going to make $500,000, no matter what Power 4 school that I go to, now it's going to come into play. Where am I going to choose? And I can assure you, those blue blood programs and those well-known names, they're going to be the creme de la creme. Because it's a reason. Now I'll even use Alabama, right? It's like somebody can go to Alabama right now, make $500,000, or I can go over here to Washington State and get $500,000. Where are they gonna go?
Well, see, so you can't make that because that's not the same thing. The way it has to be is the lower brand, the Indianas of the world, the Texas Techs are now, they're not doing the exact as Ohio State and Texas. They are doing more on that front. That's why
some of them are.
Well, that's what I'm going to what Mickey's saying, because Mickey's not saying, he said $4,200. Okay, he said $4,200. So I'm assuming, and Blue is in here, he can talk about this if he wants to come up. Maybe in the FCS realm, a top-notch player, $4,200 a month. Now, here's the thing. I brought up BJ point. Now, I'm going to tease BJ about this, but I like this quote because I found it interesting. I'm not going to say I disagree with it, but I want to give some context. BJ said at some point, and I'm assuming he's talking because, BJ is a Southern guy. At some point, the sports resume has to be updated. Being a powerhouse in the 80s or 90s when we're 26 years in 2000 means nothing to kids born in 2008, 2009 with being recruited right now. BJ could be talking about Southern, actually. I'm just saying, BJ, you really could be talking about Southern. Because here's my thing with this, right? And what people miss, brands are built by the coaches. Every brand you tell me, they've had a famous coach that started the brand. You know what keeps brands going? And you've seen it. So I've seen it at FAMU, seen it at other schools. If you can keep getting multiple coaches, guess what you have? You have a brand. Now, the question is going to be for Prairie View, as an example. They're building. Do they have a brand, or is this, if T-Jax leaves, what happens? So here was Lionel. Lionel had to chirp in here. So this was Lionel right here. And this is what he said. I've been saying this for the last 5 years. We're in the year of the Lord, 2026. Most of what y'all be talking about ain't relevant to these kids who are looking for a place to ball today. Now, Zoe.
Now, the irony of that is he said that 5 years ago that you do know the previous 4 years they weren't relevant either.
But okay, so this is what I think I disagree with this, man. Because I'm going to go to your argument, right? Now, here's why I'm going to go to your argument. But I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. This is more. If FAMU is recruiting, and I'm not going to use Prairie View, HBCU X, that is not a known entity. And all things, you're going to tell me that person not going to Prairie View? Going to FAMU? If Jackson State is recruiting X player, against HBCU X. You gonna tell me that kid is not going to Jackson State because of there is tradition, because they have shown to get people in the pros, they have shown they got 50,000 people in the stands, they're showing they got a winning tradition. You gonna tell me that doesn't matter? Because that's what you sell. Because again, you gotta have that level of consistency to be able to say. So don't tell me kids, because if that's the case, then kids would just be going to losing programs. That's not true. And to have a winning program usually has coaches would create a brand. So you can say in the last 5 years, nobody cares. But I'm going to tell you right now, when you're winning and you got a brand, it means more than if you only won 1 year. I can tell you that right now. I'm going to tell you, I'm in Atlanta. I went out and purposely talked to players. And they were like, yeah, I heard of FAMU. I know about FAMU. I love to go to FAMU. That's why we got one of the best players in Georgia, because he knows about FAMU. But if you're from HBCU X and maybe you won for 1 year, you're trying to sell something else. See, because that's the thing. You can't sell what we selling. You can't sell what Grambling is selling. You can't sell what FAMU is selling. You can't sell what Jackson, because you don't have it to sell.
Hey, Steve. You know, hold on, because I'm seeing some comments. So let me say this real quick. So I'm seeing a few little comments. So if we talk about the anchor of this conference right now, it's none other than Jackson State University. And I can say that without even being an alum or being a fan. Jackson State is the anchor in this conference right now. It ain't Prairie View. And you're the current SWAC football champion. You're not the anchor in this conference. You're not. And that's not me talking with pride or anything else. But I know y'all won't admit that. But Jackson State's the anchor of this conference right now. Right now, Jackson State's the anchor of this conference.
They said that for Jackson State, Grambling is over. They taking over after 1 year.
But here's the thing. I'm not speaking on. No, it's not an exaggeration. Right now, if you were to say who headlines this, who's the flag bearer for this conference, it's not Prairie View, in no shape, form, or fashion. It's Jackson State. Point blank. Period. We can start right now with the year 2020 going back. Jackson State is the flag bearer of this conference. Jackson State is the rising tide that's lifted all the boats in this conference. When we talk about social media presence, who is it? When we talk about fan engagement on social media, who is it? We can go to all the different shows around here, right? Steve, let me say this, and I'm not popping my collar or anything, but if we go on the show right now and say we're going to talk about Prairie View, is it going to do numbers? Or if we talk about Jackson State, it's going to do numbers? We can go around to ask all the social media guys that's doing it. Which name ring engagement?
Now, wait a minute. Now, okay. Now, see, here. Okay. So this is exactly here. This is where I, as an old head, this confuses me, right? Because, and love G Boom, smart brother. So he asked a question. He said, where was JSU? Because a line on these guys, and BJ too, that don't matter about what happened.
Hold on, Steve. EA, get out your feelings. I didn't say FAMU. Get out your feelings. I said the SWAC. I didn't say nothing about JSU doing anything for FAMU. And here's the thing, EA, to show you that I'm not hating. If FAMU had won the SWAC 3 out of the previous 5 seasons, went to the Celebration Bowl 3 times and won a national champion, guess what I would sit here and say? FAMU is leading on when it comes to all things in the SWAC. The numbers don't lie. It is what it is. Myself, right now, if Prairie View had won the SWAC title 3 out of 5 years, won a national championship, social media is running crazy, fan engagement through the roof, guess what I would have to say? Prairie View is pretty much the flag bearer for this conference. Point blank, period. Man, look, I got blue and white on. Yes, y'all know I'm a Jacksonian. But the fact still remains. Y'all got y'all feelings when it comes to stuff like this. Point blank, period. Hold on, Elvin. One thing I'm not going to let you do. Yes, I would. I don't lie when it comes to anybody who knows me know I stand on what? I stand on data. The moment this ball head ever been on anybody's screen, I stand on data. Point blank, period. You could take me being a Jacksonian out the roof, but the point is Jackson State is Jackson State and has been since 2020. Point blank, period. leading and anchor is one of the same when it comes to what we're talking about. Okay, then if the anchor's the wrong word, hold on, Steve, I gotta say this. If anchor's the wrong word, if anchor is the wrong word, then what other school is anchoring this conference since 2020? I got time. Name them. Name me the other program that's anchoring the SWAC in football or anchor in football. Name it. Name it. Put it in the comments. Man, people ain't writing no damn chat. It's 5 of y'all. Come on, bro.
Shout out
to Grace. I ain't got to keep repeating that. It is what it is. I mean, so look, Grace, I'm gonna talk because you seem like a nice, lovely young lady. So since what I'm saying is wrong, what I'm saying is wrong, so tell me, I'm not crashing out, dog. So tell me, when it comes to eyeballs in the conference for games, Jackson State moves the needle. It's true. When it comes to fan engagement online, it's Jackson State. It's true. When it comes to attendance to the games, it's Jackson State. It's true. When it comes to all the YouTube platforms, it's Jackson State. When it comes to football success, it's Jackson State. So tell me who, because, hey, Steve, I'm going to tell you this. Nobody has came in and said who it is since then. And then if you say Deion starting, yes, he did. Yes, he did. So guess what? I can say the same thing about TJ, right? That's your coach and y'all won the SWAC, right? Right?
That's right.
It's almost like we want to deny Deion Sanders was the coach. Well, before Prime. Well, hell, PV, before TJ, what was you doing? It's like we want to anyway, the thing is, yes, when it comes to football, Jackson State's been the flag bearer in this conference. Jackson State's been the rising tide. Unless we go the rest of this 2020 decade and we don't win nothing else, then somebody else can lay claim. If somebody else can outbid and outgain more championships that we've won in this decade, then you can have a whole different thing to say. But until then, or something changes, because right now, Prairie View got the same number of championships as FAMU. Point blank, period.
We've been SWAC only 5 years though.
And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though, Steve. Since FAMU's been in the SWAC, who has a better win percentage, Prairie View or FAMU?
Oh, well, you know it's FAMU, absolutely.
So you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, and I'm not. And my thing is,
with y'all,
and here's my thing: me saying what I'm saying is not attacking Prairie View. I don't have to put you down to uplift the facts. Point play, period.
Okay. So I the reason why I just find, so this is my thing, and to me, as they say, this is generation. Me and Scott used to have these kind of conversations and stuff like that. Oh, Mr. Campbell, man, you be talking about back in the day, and I'm like, brother, back in the day was built what you got today, so you can't forget back in the day. So my only problem is, and a lot of my guy, is when you sit back and say 5 years doesn't matter, you think it don't. I'm telling you it does. I tell you one thing. Now listen, y'all can take this however you want to take it. When your team is consistently winning, people show up to the games. Now you take the high you want. Cause I'll tell you this though. Now listen, you seen Club Bragg, haven't you, Zoe? You seen Club Bragg, right? You know why people come to FAMU? Because they winning.
Hey, I tell you what. I got a question for you. What's more of a remote place? Alcorn, Prairie View?
Oh, that's a good question. So what? Because Prairie View, what? Like, hey, how far Prairie View from Houston? What? 45?
Like about 30 minutes from Houston.
30 minutes? So, okay. So right there, Houston Metro.
Okay. Who's more remote? Grambling, Prairie View?
Oh, well, definitely Grambling.
Okay, then. So
that's down there.
We don't sit there and say Grambling 12 and Grambling won they win the SWAC title. We don't sit there and say Alcorn 12.
Well, we'll see. So, hold on. Well, see, now you see. I set you up for that. You caught the alley-oop. That's my point. Why legacy matters. You know why it was PV 12? Because they hadn't been winning. Now they have enthusiasm. So hold on, PV. I'm giving you prompts. Now you have enthusiasm. You're winning. My man Isaiah said, "Hey man, we fundraising now.
So you know what? Hey,
hold on. I want them to understand this. You can't have one without the other. The reason why there's all this juice is because you're winning. Now, I guarantee you, I expect y'all to improve your attendance at them games this year. I expect it. But you can't sit back and say that it doesn't matter when a school like Jackson State been getting $30,000 in that barn for over 40 years. You can't say it doesn't matter. You can't say that FAMU brand does not matter when we've been getting that thing filled up for the last 30 years. You can't say that Southern does not matter when you go down and they put that 22,000 in that joint, no matter what. You can't say it doesn't matter. It does matter. Because last time I checked, it ain't no 5-year-olds buying no tickets. It's grown folks buying tickets that have been around these programs for, guess what, more than 5 years.
Well, tell them to go ahead and print the shirts. They can go ahead and trademark PV22. They will go from 12 to 22. Tell them to go ahead and trademark.
So with that being said, I'm gonna do our last little thing on Prairie View because this was pretty funny and pretty smart. I'm trying to tell you, Prairie View got a lot of lawyers down there too. Shout out to them Prairie View lawyers. They don't have a law school. They go over there to Texas Southern. But your boy T. Jackson, hey man, somebody trying to jack my juice. And guess what? He said, hold on.
Is it really
the
his
coach?
juice?
I believe it's South Carolina State, South Dakota State. And look at what, I guess, I don't know if that's the head coach. If that's the head coach, Blue, let me know. Noah Kid said, dollar mentality, discipline, obedience, and grit. I think I've seen that somewhere before, Zoe. and your boy T. Jack, I like what he did. T. Jack said, hold on. T. Jack had to do that repost. Dang, coach, we're going to need that trademark. Now, let me tell you something, Zoe. As somebody who actually owns 3 trademarks, getting a trademark ain't easy. And I own 3 of them. And you know what your boy T. Jack said? Let me show y'all something how we do down there. How HBCU folks do.
Hey, Steve, I'm finna
Hold on. Your boy T. Jack said, I got the DOG. Discipline grit. He said, man, listen, we pending.
Hey,
we don't want the trademark office on.
Hey, he went to the trademark.
Hey, man, wait, man, Mr. Man. TJ, why did TJ go straight like my boy? In what's my boy Denzel when in the movie when he told Nicky Barnes, Blue Magic.
Oh, I stand by that.
I stand by the TJ said I stand by the dog. So TJ say, listen, dog is a brand. He just be making that up. That's a brand from Prairie View. You call it whatever you want. Call it cat, this, whatever. But don't be right here itch your mouth calling it dog.
Here's the thing, though. I just sent you a little something. Okay, go on, highlight this for me. Because, you know, you can trademark something, but just because you trademark something don't mean you did it first. Because, you know, there's a thing called the calendar, right? So if you do something in the year of our Lord 2025 or even 2023, you can say, I've been doing it for 3-4 years. That's right. But if somebody did it in 2019 before you did it, then what does that mean?
Well, okay.
Let me hear on that.
Okay, so all right.
That's the DB coach from that's the DB.
Hold on. I saw this. Give me now, who is this person?
This the DB coach for South Dakota State. Showing him that we was using this at a different place. And look at the year of our Lord on that thing.
Wait a minute. You're moving too fast. You saying this is one of the coaches from South Dakota State that was at a previous school that we've been using this?
Yeah. Look at the year too.
Okay.
2020.
Oh, wait a minute. The white man clap back like that.
You see that?
Yeah, white man clap back like that. Now, okay. So listen. Now,
hold on. Before you say something, because I see my man out there say I'm a hater, but then a minute ago they said that I told you I love to deal in facts. I'm just saying, man.
Say it fast, my man.
I'm just saying, man.
The people Wednesday nights, I believe it's Wednesday nights. Say if it's not Wednesday night, correct me if I'm wrong. Might be.
I'm just saying, man.
He said they've been doing 2019. But listen, but hold on. But let me answer this.
I'm just saying, man.
Well, wait a minute, but let me answer this because y'all know I also am a lawyer. It don't matter who uses it; it matter who trademarks it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, what I like about it. You can say that you said it, but I can say that I own it. Because we saw this happen with Southern and the Dancing Dolls here in Jackson. And the Dancing Dolls said, hey, we've been using Dancing Dolls forever.
Well, but here's the thing, though.
Our homegirl said, y'all ain't trademarking.
No, but here's the thing. He wouldn't say anything about trademarking it then. His thing was, I was using this first. Y'all got this from me. He's basically saying that, no, we got this, using it a while back.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to clear this up because T-Jack, my guy, I don't think that. Wait a minute. Let me pull this back up. Hold on. Wait a minute. He didn't say no. Wait a minute, because you listen. You know we don't do facts around here. T-Jack, I'm gonna read it. What T-Jack said was, dang, because we need to get that trademark.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say, I used it first. He said that trademark. It's a brand. They stand on it, just like Pepsi. So he said, hey, listen, coach, I don't care what y'all doing over there, but that trademark is over here with your boy. Now, that's what he said. Now, let's clear it up now. So I'm going to say this again, because I'm going to tell you this. When I did iWeave, right, there was this girl. So I never saw iWeave before ever in my life. I never saw it. And I said, man, I think this is a dope name. I really did off the iPhone, right? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's why I got iWeave from. There was this girl down in Georgia. She had the Instagram handle, iWeave, which was crazy because she just had iWeave Yolanda or something like that. Because she was saying, I do weave. So here was the thing. I had to let Yolanda keep that handle. But I'm going to tell you what she could do. She could only say iWeave in Columbus, Georgia, because I own the universal rights for iWeave. So it don't matter if she used it first. It matters who owns it last. So my thing is, hey, man, listen, to all my black folks, this is what I like what T-Jack did. We ain't about to do no arguing back and forth. I'm just going to show you this paperwork, and then we can end that. So now, if the coach used it back in 2020, that's fine. What T-Jack saying, you ain't going to put that on no T-shirts. What T-Jack saying, you ain't about to make no money off of it. And what T-Jack saying, I'm about to do, he about to do T-shirt with Lionel, with dog on it. So that's all I'm saying is, let's just keep it a buck. So both of them are right. So they say, hey, we've said this, and I'm not arguing that. But I tell you what, and it is still pending. Now, here's the thing about the pending thing, which is interesting about that. I don't know when he filed a trademark. I didn't see the date. So you go on a pending state because you got to go out there and see if anybody else is using it. And then you got to do just like what I did. Now, somebody might have made a claim on it. Somebody may have one of them old school, what they say, you send it to somebody, claim, but that really don't work. Change this right now. I deal with too many trademark lawyers. Copy and mark trademarks and stuff like that. So my thing is respect to T-Jack that the fact that he even got the trademark. So I'm gonna give him credit for that. So his clap back was the correct clap back. He didn't say I used it first. He said, bro, I got that trademark. So that's the thing about it. So shout out to Coach T-Jack putting that trademark. And for all you young folks, when y'all come up with something great, man, come up with something great, make sure that you're doing what it is. Because if you got a great idea or thing like that, man, call your boy. I get you a lawyer. I will get you a lawyer. And we'll get you straight, man. What's going on? My camera got me all big head and stuff like that. But that's what it is also. I think both things could be right. I saw that, a little back and forth and everything. So now let's go on. Let's move on. Now we done did, hey, that's the Prairie View part of the show. Now we got to move on. We're going to talk about T-Jack and talk about Zoe. I want to talk about, and I'm kind of holding for some, because we might have a special guest. So I'm going to wait for one thing. So I'm going to get into this Jack State business. And this right here, I am super, 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 super excited about. So Jackson State has a president.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Shout out to Madam President Gregory. Met her. Actually, no, she is the wife of SWAC Hall of Famer, Jack State legend, Sean Gray. She is now, let me get this pitch up here. Because I'm about to give y'all some game right here, man. I got to see what's going on. Give y'all some game right here. So for my Jack State people. So here's the thing. Let me see if I can switch this. My camera right there. So Zoe, here we go. The Board of Trustees selects new president of Jack State University. Denise Jones-Gregory will become the next president of Jack State University after an 8-month national search. State higher education leaders announced. Gregory officially steps in the role of Jack State's 14th president immediately, having served interim since 2025. And shout out to the Jackson State people who straight just killed the grill, saying that she was the first, and they forgot about Carolyn Myers, first female. The board says confident Gregory can lead the university forward. I'm going to get down here. This is important right here. Patrice Edwards, president of JSU National Alumni Association and member of the advisory group, said the process was long and involved and that alumni ready support Greg as she steps into the permanent role. Greg is a Jackson alumni, graduated magna cum laude in 1994, and she was a cheerleader, bachelor's degree in chemistry, earned a doctorate. But here was the thing, though, Zoe. They had 79 applicants. 79 applicants. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I am super, super excited that them rednecks down there did not screw y'all again. Because this is what they usually do. Jackson State is one of the most important Black institutions in the country and the most important Black institution in the state of Mississippi. Because you know what they do? They produce college graduates that make money, that vote, that have something that they talk about. And just the fact to sit back and see that they finally, because them last three, and I know this for a fact, them last three, the alumni didn't want them. Because everybody knew there was something up with them. Started with your man Bynum. I'm telling you right now, the Jackson State alumni old head was like, hell no. Because they knew what Bynum was up to. Y'all got Hudson. You know how they go. They knew about Hudson, how he moved. Then this other dude, what was y'all last president for? What was the last president? What that dude name? He went to St. Joe. What was y'all last president? See, you can't even remember his name.
Oh, you talking about,
yeah, whatever his name is. See, can't even remember his name.
No, man, I can't say it on there.
Yeah. And we all know what word on the street is what he did.
Woo! Ain't no word on the street. Ain't no word on the street, dog.
Hey, well, listen, I'm not gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. So all I'm saying is, EA say there you go, did it. This is to me to neutralize Jackson State. Let's have these people in here.
Now the watcher got it right. He don't know his name. Man, we all know his name, dog. Right. But either watch is right. He's gonna be known for his size.
So we know, but listen, I'm old school, man. Like I tell you, my full part of civil rights. I know the game. I seen the game. I know exactly what they were doing in Jackson State. I am proud, and maybe they just could not find the stepping and fetching that they could sell that was even qualified. Because that's what they did. Oh, when these people were qualified, that last guy damn sure wasn't qualified. They brought Byron.
The last guy came straight from IHL.
Yeah. I am happy. But so I'm gonna give you a little game on here, so I'm gonna take off because I need people to see me.
I said it's go to the T and JSU. Oh, okay.
Oh, damn. Okay, yeah. All right. We're gonna leave that right there. and Israel hit it right. Well, see, that's what the whole point is, man. They had to put him in there.
Woo.
So here's the thing. We're gonna leave that alone. But so I'm gonna give y'all some game. Hold on now. I'm about to give you some game. Hold on, let me see. What's going on? My camera. There we go. Let's see. Let me get my.
Oh man, some of y'all some clowns, boy.
Yeah. They don't know. But boy, you wild right there, Mickens. You wild right there. Hey, listen. Put your best jokes in about that guy. I'm clipping all those. But so here's the thing. I'm gonna give y'all some game. Out of the top, I won't say 15. We'll just say 15. We won't go 20. Out of the top 20 public HBCUs, there's only 2 HBCU that Mackenzie Scott ain't gave no money to. You know those 2 HBCUs are?
One's Jackson State.
And the other one's FAMU. You know why? Because at the top, there was no stability. And Mackenzie said, I ain't cutting no checks when y'all ain't got your stuff in order. 237 FAMU. Jackson State with 3 different presidents doing all types of stuff. So we couldn't get no money. Number 1 public HBCU couldn't get no money. Jackson State University about to get R1, couldn't get no money. But people are like, why Jackson State FAMU? I'm going to tell you why. We didn't have our stuff together. But so I'm going to give you a little heads up. Mackenzie Scott, you know who a lot of people on her board are that help give money? They're members of a certain sorority. They're members of Delta Sigma Theta. You know who President Gregory is? Well, she is, though. She's a Delta. So I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you, Jackson State, it won't be a year because I'm just going to tell you. So, President Gregory, I'm trusting you because I know you're going to lead the ship right. It won't be the first year. It won't be the second year. Year 3, so y'all gonna get 50 million. Y'all gonna get 50 million from McKinsey. And FAMU gonna be right behind it because Marvin gonna use her. Marvin, because shout out to Angie, who's a Delta. Angie already making them moves. I'm just trying to tell you right now. Come McKinsey said, because I think, and put in the chat, the woman that was her mentor was a Delta. And I want to say is who was the writer? I'm having a brain lock because we're moving fast. So there you go. So you gotta understand something. So when they go and Dr. Gregory in 3 years, because you got to get everything right. Because I'm just telling you, hey, Jack State folks, I'm telling you how this thing works. Got to keep donating money, keep increasing that enrollment, keep going towards R1, and then she gonna submit that paperwork zone. She gonna get y'all 50 million. She gonna get y'all 50 million. And then family gonna be right behind it because Marvin gonna hang in there. I'm just gonna tell you something. I'm actually shocked. Marvin probably gonna be there, bro. Marvin gonna be there. Because she done got her win on her sales. So I'm super excited about this hire right here, man. I'm not gonna even lie. I'm super excited because I know how they've tried to paralyze Jack State. So, Zoe, what do you think about Jack State having a permanent president who is an actual alumnus that people respect?
Well, first off, being that she's an alum, which is one thing that most Jacksonians really, really love. Secondly, the fact that she is the wife of the JSU great Sean Gregory.
Sean's gonna come on. So I text Sean. He gonna come on Sippin On Sundays, hang out with us.
Another alum is actually going to be the first. I dare probably say the real first family of JSU, but also been a Delta, and which is probably the biggest. Not gonna say probably Delta Pi is the biggest sorority on Jack State campus. Like Deltas are huge here in Jackson, not just at Jack State, but you talk about Belhaven, Millsaps, as well as through all the other institutions throughout the state. There is a huge number of Deltas throughout the state. Shout out to my fiance is a Delta as well. But man, it just reinvigorated all the alums, you know what I'm saying, having a Jacksonian lead the program and then getting somebody that we wanted. You know what I'm saying, that knows JSU. And that alone is going to weigh in. You know, we were happy to actually get Hudson, but when he was there, Bakule, nickname, went up and did some, did some things that just kind of, made people turn a blind eye and regret that decision. And he muffed up some things with promise here, you know what I'm saying, as well. But this feels different, bro. It really, really does. Solely because of she's well known off the rip anyway. Already was working at JSU in all the different capacities, and like I said, being tied to Sean, it really feels like the first family of JSU. And again, this is what everybody wanted. So, man, it's onward and upward right now.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna say this last thing, man. We are in these red states, and we know the game. And FAMUs, the Jack States, the Alabama States, Alabama A&Ms, the Southerns, the Grambling, Prairie Views, the Texas Southerns. Those are the machines that drives the black community in those states. And they know it. That's the reason why Florida doesn't want FAMU to have 20,000 people. You don't want 20,000 black educated folks. Guess what? Those people turn into voters. Because guess what? If you educate, you more likely vote. That's another thing, too. You gotta understand something. Jack State has a long history of voter registration and marching for voter rights. Going right down there from that campus, going down that back way, going to the Capitol. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Go all the way back. My uncle that was doing it back in 65. So my point of it is I'm excited that they did not play a game. And we know there was problems with trickeration. But the fact that her candidacy was so strong that these folks say, you know what, we just got to hire. Now, with that being said, I'm going to say to my Jack State folks, whatever you can, I want you to pray for this woman every day, and I want you to have her back. When those folks come forward, because you know how I go, y'all have that woman back, man. Y'all raise that money. Y'all meet her when she have those forms and stuff like that, which I know you will, but I'm just saying, because this is the game that they want to see. She's going to need that support because, man, I'm just excited because it breaks my heart as somebody from, and everybody knows the lineage of me with Jack State. When I've seen the Dr. John Peoples and stuff like that, my granddaddy president was B.B. Dansby. So, okay. Thank you. So I understand legends at Jackson State. and what that means. So I'm super excited, man. I'm gonna try to ask, Sean to get Madam President. I mean, she probably the show might not be big enough for him. Somebody might shut that down. But you know what? At least she can say hello, because we got your back, President. Proud of it, excited for Jackson State and everything. Now, Zoe, with that being said, y'all got a new basketball coach. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Boy, Ashley made my boy from intern to permanent. So tell us about Jackson State new coach and what you got, because he hired 2 guys. So you had the 2 guys to the coach staff, Trey Johnson and Darren Wilson. Tell us about your new coach and what you got here, Zone. What's it going to look like?
I mean, well, Trey Johnson came in, ballyhoo player at Jackson State, led the nation in scoring. As a player at Jackson State, matter of fact, his last season at Jackson State while leading the nation in scoring, I'm sorry. Trey, who's from Jackson with the Murrah High School as well, was the player to actually win the last regular season in conference tournament for Jackson State. And so now to transition from that, having Mo come to Jackson State was like, one of your favorite sons coming back home. But Trey is totally different. Trey being the head coach of Jackson State is almost like Penny at Memphis, right? The only thing that would supersede this, if, for example, would be, Lindsey coming to actually coach at Jackson State. But this is different in the sense that Trey was already on staff, has been recruiting players, and has an own good feel of it. It's going to retain a lot of some of the same guys. Mo's son was on the staff. He's actually leaving with him to head to Kentucky. But, Trey, look, man, just going to see what he can actually do with some of the players to get in. Like I said, you lose a Deshaun Ruffin, who came from Murrah arch nemesis Callaway High School, which is my high school. And it's about him actually being a great recruiter and getting players in here. And just want to see his feel of it, which will be different from Mo, to see what that'll look like in regards to how he's going to do in year 1, recruiting the city of Jackson. Jackson has always been known to have great talent in this city. A lot of players from this city has fed other SWAC programs and throughout the state of Mississippi. And so there's great talent in this state. To be able to get those guys to, come in here will be a great thing. Trey, really cool cat. I think he has the temperament for the job. Excuse me. I had my own thoughts in regards to going that way. I pretty much knew we were going to go in this direction. I kind of wanted to go down the pathway, even knowing Trey, I'm just going to keep it a buck. I kind of still wanted to go down the pathway of possibly even looking at the head coach from Langston, who eventually ended up going to Alabama State, which I think is a good logistical hire, just off the strength of what do we always say for any program? We want head coaches. We want proven winners, right?
Yep.
We always talk about a resume. We always talk about having a proven coach. And the reason for that is because we all want the closest thing that we all could get as we feel will be a guarantee, even though there aren't any. And Trey could come in and win, great. But just looking at what the guy did at Alabama State, I thought he'd be a great candidate to go in that direction because, again, he has won on multiple levels, got to a national championship game, you know what I'm saying? And just, having a good winning record, those things come into play. And also, just off the strength of, if you look at the previous 2 hires before Trey, they were all unproven head coaches on the collegiate level. And so now we're going at it again for the 3rd straight time. But again, I think Trey fits the mold even more than Mo did coming into Jackson, if we're being honest with that. But that's just knowing him personally, and all of us know knowing who he was on a local level from high school and college and going to the NBA. Played with the Lakers. Played in the G League for a while. Did great there. So yes, he can coach, but again, that's for him. That's for everybody to see from a head coaching perspective. Because again, all his coaching that he's been doing has been, on an assistant coach level. But again, we don't know because he's never led the actual program. And so it's going to be trial by fire, learning on the job, OJT. But again, if he gets some experience and he can recruit, at the end of the day, even though Mo left on his own will and power, the record was the record. You know what I'm saying? And so now we just need to do better and see what we actually do, and turn this thing around and actually get back in play to winning a regular season title, having a winning record, and winning the conference tournament, get to the NCAA tournament.
No, hey man, listen, new coach, guy knows Jackson's been around. He got some Jackson boys with him. Bring it, you know what I mean? We'll see how it works out. We know the money is in basketball, and so you always hit it. And man, I'm from Jackson. I was there when that basketball legacy really started in those mid 80s, when all of a sudden you start seeing guys leaving out the state, playing, playing all over the country, and the whole state of Mississippi, actually, you know what I'm saying? Guys being big time McDonald's All-Americans and things like that, and then you just seen them go on. So I'm really intrigued to see what happens with Jackson State. Again, in-house candidate, like I say, Chris Wright, would be interesting, but we'll see. Now, Zoe, I want to transition because I saw something. I was going to bring this up, but I want to ask you a question because actually, historically, I wanted to see if you even know this answer. So you know that we had the tennis championships. Alabama State won the men's and the women.
Men and women.
So I saw their promo picture, and I'm gonna put it up. And
no.
So I saw the promo picture, and I said, "Okay, listen, not a problem." Now, it's two things in the picture. I did not know they had won 5 straight men's tennis championships, which led me to the question. Do you know any streak? How many SWAC championships y'all won with WC going in a row? 5?
We won 8.
8. Okay, so 8. Okay.
No. I'm lying. We won 6 in a row.
6 in a row.
We won 8. It was 8 in 10 years. We won 6 in a row.
6 in a row. So they're at 5. And I was trying to think, because I know nobody in basketball had ran off. With Alcorn, and I don't know if I'm trying to think, did Alcorn ever run off? I know they ran off like 4 in a row. I don't remember them ever getting 5, 6, 7. And I was like, man, this is
in what?
In basketball, men's basketball.
No, I don't think they did. I think the most Alcorn did, I think it was similar to Jack State in football. I think they did 4 in a row, skipped a year, and then I think they won like 3.
Won 3, yeah. Because I was like, this was pretty impressive that they had won 5, and I was trying to see who had a longer streak in any sport that had exceeded. Because 5 in a row, man, that's pretty impressive.
Let me pull that.
Now here's the thing. And see, Hutch put it there. Hey, listen. I don't know which side you're on, Hutch, but I'm glad you brought this up. I'm gonna play it the other way. This just lets you know that you can come to HBCU and feel comfortable. Because these guys came to Alabama State. They're all gonna graduate. Them boys, all tennis players graduate, so it ain't got nothing to do with color. Tennis and golf always gonna graduate. And they have made a family down here at Alabama State. I tell you one thing, they complain if the picture was opposite zone, it'd be a problem.
Steve.
If the picture was opposite at another school, and they ain't talking about basketball and football, because we already know what that is, because they was mad about that girl being the softball pitcher getting that $1 million down there at Texas Tech. They didn't like that. So
I was just gonna tell you that, yeah, Alcorn won it 4 years in a row from 78 all the way through 81, 82 season. That was 1, 2, 3. So I was right. So it was 4 seasons. Yep. Then Texas Southern won it in 82, 83. And then Alcorn won it 3 years in a row again from 83, 84, 84, 85, and 85, 86. And in one of those years, they went to the Sweet 16.
Wow. Yeah, well, there you go. So, man, I just thought that is amazing because, again, we over-index. Yep. And I'm glad this is what I've been looking for right here. I can transition to actually what I want to transition to. So here is the thing. We over-index of non-African Americans playing golf, tennis for us. And in baseball too now, what it looks like. And I'm going to get to that because I'm going to talk a little baseball. But I got somebody in here, man, because listen, so this is Sippin On Sundays on a Monday. But I'm going to tell you something. The original slot for this time slot is Outspoken. And there's a guy I've been trying to get on this show on a Monday. And you know what? It's Monday night, so we about to close this thing out right. Because you know who it is? It's Perry White. Outspoken, my guy.
What up, man?
Baby.
Can y'all hear me?
Man, I hear you loud and clear. What up, man?
As they say in Baton Rouge, what's out? What's out?
There he is.
What up, fool?
So I don't want to flip the show. I know y'all be sipping on Sundays.
Yeah, go ahead.
But it's 420. They smoking on Mondays.
There you go. There you go. Yeah,
you know what it is, 420.
Hold on, wait. Let me tell you something now. You said something. In Atlanta, I ain't heard nobody say about 420 today. That is crazy. I don't know what's going on. I don't know because the economy bad and it's on a Monday because 420 was a big thing in Atlanta. And I ain't heard nobody.
Well, you know why? You know why, right? They said they can't talk about the gas because the regular gas too high.
So the gas is too goddamn high.
What's up with
it? Perry, listen, man. This is what I've been wanting. You know what I'm saying? Folks been, hey, Mr. Campbell, what's going on outside? I said, man, listen, man. Perry business. I've been texting him. He said he gonna get with me. So Perry, listen, I'm glad you're here because we about to talk about the blockbuster conversation. Our commissioner, the SWAC commissioner, made some announcements, and I'm glad you're here. So I'm gonna pull it up because, man, I've been holding you. Go ahead. You say you want to ask a question?
I got some questions. I got some real questions.
You got some real
questions?
Yeah.
Man, don't be ask me all them damn questions. I don't want to.
No. I just got
two. Commissioner got to talk about, Zoe. Don't be asking.
I got two questions, dog. For real, I got two questions.
So shout out to our homeboy. Hey, where did McClellan go to school as? Are you went to Murrah?
He went to Callaway.
I don't know. I keep saying it all the time. I know his god sister. She went to Murrah. That's how I actually met McClellan. He probably don't even remember this.
Hold on. Let me give you the rundown.
Yeah, give me the rundown.
Charles McClellan, all his people from Sardis, Mississippi.
Where Mike from?
Up there in Sardis, Mississippi.
What is
it?
Then,
up in the Delta.
It's up north Mississippi.
Don't talk to me as though I'm from Mississippi. Talk to me as though I've never been to Mississippi. Sardis,
Sardis, Sardis.
And what is that by?
Senatobia, Coldwater, Como. Mike know. I mean,
Mike Reed hometown.
No, talk to me. Remember, I don't know.
Okay,
this is small. Okay, listen. See, it's a small. He's from there originally, but he grew up in Jackson. Went to the same high school, the illustrious Callaway High School on the north side of Jacktown.
Okay.
Hold on, watch it. Steve loved Callaway too. Everybody in Jackson, it was a high school. Everybody loved Callaway.
Well, listen, I had about 8 I heard because I had about 8 girlfriends who went to Callaway. That's why.
Hold on, let me tell you like this said. Everybody in their high school loved Callaway.
I don't love Callaway, but I heard Callaway.
Look,
I heard Provine.
Yep.
I know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Provine, absolutely.
He acting like they don't exist.
That's one of their rivals. West Jackson, North Jackson, right there.
Somebody just came in here and told that lie. Told me they don't have no honors program. That's a lie.
Now, see, I'm gonna leave y'all alone because
I myself took AP club. I myself took AP club.
This place, Saratoga, Mississippi.
Saratoga, and you heard no T's, no what?
What was it?
Sardis.
Sardis. Is it catfish farming?
Nah, that's more in the Delta.
It ain't in the Delta.
That's North Mississippi.
Okay, all right. It's on the other side of what's that? 55.
It's on 55.
It's in the Piney Woods. It's woody. It's hilly.
It's in the hill country.
That's going south. We're going north. Piney Woods going south from Jackson.
We're in the hill country.
We're going toward Memphis.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I'm somewhere. Does the Amtrak train stop there?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it does.
I've been on the Amtrak train all the way.
Yes, it does, because the Amtrak train runs on 51.
Oh, but you know what? Oh, let me tell you something crazy just on it. But if you got to get on the Amtrak, you got to go all the way to New Orleans and come back up. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you can go to Hammond.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. If you want to catch the Amtrak going north, you got to it rides you to New Orleans, and then the track brings you back up, which is crazy. Well, let's get into this, Perry, because listen, when I saw that, and Perry, your school actually might know a little bit about this.
Who my school?
I'm just saying.
Who?
The SWAC. Wait, you ain't you 40 under 40 for Southern?
That's why I just want to make sure who my school. I just want to make sure.
Well, I mean, you know what? Hey, if we being real, Perry just like Mike Reed. Perry got 2 schools.
Well, you know what?
I ain't got no problem with that.
No, well, hold on now. Wait. Now, Perry, correct me if I'm wrong now, but I'm gonna give Mike Reed credit. Mike Reed got 2 different degrees from 2 different schools. Perry started
a degree from the
my
degree
I got to get away from.
Yeah. So see,
but now my family, look, I have no problem. I get what he getting at because I see the logo right there, the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. UAPB, which I try to figure out every time I watch a SWAC game in this deal, they call them Arkansas Pine Bluff. I don't know what the hell going on with that. It's UAPB Golden Lions. Do y'all call them Arkansas Pine Bluff?
I just say Pine Bluff.
Why can't you say? Why do you have to say the university?
It's UAPB.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Don't say PB.
No, don't say Arkansas Pine Bluff.
But what's the difference between that saying Prairie View?
What?
No. So you're not getting it. See, Steve. Okay, so it's the university at Arkansas, University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff.
Yeah.
So what they'll say Arkansas Pine Bluff. And he's saying he hates when he say that because it's just like Suno. You know what I'm saying? So it's Southern University at New Orleans. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, it's like either say UAPB or say Pine Bluff, but don't say Arkansas Pine Bluff.
But that's what they always getting. I just don't understand. You say 2 schools. My mom graduated from
listen. No, I'm the same way. Everybody know I'm Jack State down. There ain't no secret on that. You know what I'm saying? But I never went to Jack State, but I claim Jack State because my family went to Jack State. So it ain't it's no problem. So
I just want to have clarified that because I saw the logo right there. I do got love for UAPB. I got love for the Golden Lions.
No, you know exactly because you had to tell that old alumna when she couldn't believe you was up there in that up in the booth while you was up there. You had to let her know who you knew.
Miss Kelly with her bougie ass.
You had to check Miss Kelly. You go back generations up here. Talking about you can't be up in the suite. She know this is Perry White. 40 under 40. Tell her my mama went to UAPB. University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff.
The dean of the business department.
Man, come on, man. Listen, man. That's legacy right there, boy. That's legacy. Watch out.
I just want my bad for getting us off track.
No, it's okay. Hey man, listen, sipping on Sunday. We just sipped on that a little bit. It's okay, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, and outspoken, y'all just go all over the place. So we just doing all of it tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Questions.
So listen. So the commissioner, our homeboy, Dr. Charles McClellan, that's we're gonna give him his title, Dr. Charles McClellan, said the SWAC is eliminating non-Division I and Division II football opponents. SWAC Commissioner Charles McClellan said earlier this week the league's 12-member institution had voted to eliminate non-conference football games against teams outside the NCAA Division I and Division II ranks starting in 2027. So not this season next season. McClellan's comments came while being interviewed during Wednesday's SWAC stream of SWAC Golf. We are no longer going to play games that don't count, McClellan said. The membership came together and decided that was going to be the best thing in order for us to grow and move forward. So as we have more competitive games, it's going to shift school's thought process. We're not going to be able to play teams that are not within the structure it should be. 3 games are scheduled for the upcoming 2026 season involving a SWAC team and a non-NCAA opponent. Southern will host Louisiana Christian University. Bethune-Cookman will host Virginia University of Lynchburg. And Arkansas Baptist will travel to Alcorn. The Bethune-Cookman and Alcorn games will be those schools' homecomings. These matchups will still be allowed to take place this fall, but teams from those levels will be excluded from the SWAC non-conference this season. So there you go. So they say no more of that, Perry. No more of that. Perry, we're going to start with you. What do you think about this? Is this a good idea? Is he messing with y'all on money for homecoming? Or is this something we should have been done 10 years ago?
Hell yeah, should have been done 25 years ago. You know, I call it the pass arounds. You know, it took Texas Southern playing this homecoming game to find out about Virginia Lynchburg. And then the call started to go around, the conversation started to go around the conference like, hey, I think we got us one. And they like, who is it? Virginia Lynchburg. Then UAPB like, well, tell them, hey, send me her number. Alcorn, send me her number. Southern said, hey, send me her number. And the number got around. Virginia Lynchburg got passed around. Then here come Lincoln University getting passed around. If we want to be something more, because I was really pissed that anybody remember outspoken about UAPB playing Westgate.
Yes,
why?
Yes, you did.
I don't understand. You want to play a game in which it's not going to count in the NCAA. When you go on ESPN, you're not going to find a stat. I never understood it. Now, but I do get the fact that our schools want wins during homecoming. And typically when we get these teams, when are they?
They're homecoming opponents.
My issue with that being a homecoming opponent was, let me have this this is an honest conversation. This is not to the FAMUs, the Jackson States, and the Southerns who can typically have average attendance, and even Alabama State, I throw them in there, that typically rank in the higher part of the FCS in attendance. But for the rest of the SWAC, when your highest attended game of the season is typically homecoming, why do you give your fans, when the stands is the most packed, the weakest game that you can find ever? Give them a game that's competitive with an opponent from your conference, because when you play these teams and folks showing up, the first thing they ask, who is that? Where they from? They got a band? I never even heard of them. Then you want me to come into the game and it's 28-0 with 7 minutes left in the first quarter. You know what we're going to do? We're going to come in, we're going to see halftime, and we're going back to the parking lot. You're not giving the fans the experience, nor are you giving them the competitive nature when you got the biggest crowd of your season. And for homecoming, for most schools, it's going to be your biggest crowd of the year. Next week, you'll go play the big name school when it's nobody there, but you rather play the big name school with no home field advantage. If I'm going to have the fans there, I want home field advantage, right? I want the most fans. And for me, I don't care about a visiting team bringing fans. In my whole, if it was my school, no matter the school, I don't give a damn if nobody over there cheering when you run out the whatever the case. Yep. You can run out the end zone. You can run out from under the stands. You can run out from your bus. I don't care if you got fans there. My goal in my stadium ain't for your fans to make my stadium sell tickets. My goal is for my fans to get it. Now, this is the problem I think that we're going to run into with this. And I've had conversations. What works for one school may not work for the other school. And when I say that is, in the way I look at this, I take Southern, for example. Last year, we played Mississippi Valley and Alabama State, which was conference, non-conference. This year, we got Louisiana Christian. So we have to eliminate Louisiana Christian. We already playing Alabama State. This year is a conference, non-conference game. And if we do not want to go in the direction of playing these Virginia Lynchburgs, these Lincolns, these games that don't count, but we want to strengthen our schedules, somewhere I see where they're going to try to probably formulate more games against the SIAC, where you're going to see a little bit more of the Miles, the Tuskegees, the Albany States, and all those other schools on the schedule.
No, wait a minute, Perry, wait a minute, Perry. I want you to do me a favor. Wait, let me, because Perry just said, I need to listen. You're a very smart guy. Explain to them what level those schools are compared to what Dr. McClellan's talking about when you just said.
So those NAIA schools or schools are sanctioned by the NCAA are completely different compared to schools that are considered where we are on the FCS level. And where the SIAC, the SIAA Division II. Now, those schools, some of those will be eligible if they can make it postseason into the playoffs, where they can compete for a Division II national championship. We saw Winston-Salem State do it in the past. We've seen Bowie State make it deep into the Division II playoffs. We've seen Benedict College when Chennis Berry was there making to the division.
Albany State.
Just to use that for reference. Now, for most of the SWAC schools, I can say 2 I know for sure, Southern and Grambling, ineligible for the FCS playoffs. Alabama State, because of the Turkey Day Classic, until further notice, ineligible for the FCS playoffs. But that does leave room if we're not going to play these non-NCAA teams, which are NAIA, or teams that aren't sanctioned by the NCAA. That's going to put us in a position where we're going to have to fill our void in our overall schedule. What we've seen in the past is some teams go FCS, where they, especially in my region of Prairie View, Texas Southern, Grambling, Alcorn, Southern, we've seen them take on Southland schools, right?
Right.
In other ones, we've seen, Zoe, you can attest to this best, Jackson State will go more Division II and take on one FCS opponent, which in the past we've seen Tennessee State. Last year we saw Hampton, Tennessee State rotating back on, but then you'll have those HBCU Division II teams on your schedule. Where I'm getting at, saying all of that is bringing it to people's attention. I think if that's the case, because I'm not big on going deep into the Division II HBCUs, but I am big on FCS matchups. And with those FCS matchups, now they can come in 2 different ways. They can come in a way where us as the SWAC can say, because we're doing away with this, and it seems to be tougher to fill voids and schedules, maybe we should increase conference games played per year. Now, that's one option in my opinion, because we're already seeing teams, when Jackson State and Grambling rotated off each other's schedule, they still played each other. Right. When Southern and Jackson, Southern and Alabama State, Southern and Valley, just in my neck of the woods, rotated off each other's schedule, we still played each other. So in my opinion, that gives room for conversation of, could we possibly increase the amount of SWAC games, conference games played each season, if at the end of the day, the end goal is SWAC Championship Celebration Bowl? Because strength of schedule clearly means nothing for me to go play a top 25 team or another FCS team. But now that's my other side to it, because there are some teams, like we saw Alabama State last year, that could be Prairie View next year. Let's say Grambling wins the SWAC West. Prairie View has 1 loss. That 1 loss is to Grambling. Prairie View sits at home, but they don't have a game Thanksgiving weekend. Strength of schedule, looking at their schedule this year, when you say it's pretty tough considering FCS quality.
Absolutely. With Tarleton and Stephen F. Austin. Absolutely.
You win some of those games and you do what you need to do in conference, and you end the season with 1, maybe 2 losses, you open a whole new door. We saw that with FAMU a few years ago with Willie Simmons there, right? They were the first SWAC school to make it to the FCS playoffs in over 2 decades, correct? Right. And they went to take on Southeastern. They lost in that first round, but then it's different strokes for different folks in this conference. And I'm just putting open the door, and that's to lead to both of you guys of what I'm saying. 1, I don't want to open the door to more Division II games just to fill in the void of those non-NCAA NAIA teams. 2, I would love to strengthen my schedule with FCS opponents, because for me, it matters for me. But 2, then I realized some teams not worried about the FCS playoffs. They simply worried about a SWAC championship and a Celebration Bowl berth. If that's going to be the case, we need to figure out what direction do we want to go in. For me, I think if it's going to be that direction, we need to increase conference games per year and fill in those voids of those games. Because if you're a coach and you on your hot seat this year, and the AD come to you and say, what games you want to play? You're going to most likely pick some easy games to boost up your win totals, right? Am I lying?
If you don't believe in competition, absolutely.
Clearly, nobody believes in competition. We schedule these schools for homecoming because we say we want to win.
Well, let me say this. The move, to me, it doesn't impress me. I mean, and I'm going to say this because we're talking about games that we should be scheduling to begin with. So I want you to think about this. We put something in place to say you can't play NAIA teams, literally. So here's the thing, because we have the data, right? So the thing is, you would have won me over if you said, we're not going to play these teams anymore. We're going to put a moratorium in place to say, if you play a Division II school, you can only play one per year. Also, you can no longer play a conference opponent as a non-conference opponent. Now you got my interest, because just like Perry say, I think it's an excellent idea, because we don't care about nothing else. Let's just go on off with the malarkey. We don't care about having competitive games for the most part as a conference, as a whole. We don't care about playing these games. That we're not going to even dance around it. So that we might as well, instead of playing.
Wait a minute. When you say competitive games against who? Make sure you let people know what you're talking about.
We don't care about playing other FCS opponents at large. We do not. So we might as well sit here and add another conference game or two, because remember, in this year alone, because going forward, we're going to have 12 regular season games. And starting next year, they're going to do away with week 0. You're just going to have 15 weeks to play 12 games. Okay? You got teams, Jack State one of them, Alcorn's another one. I think Grambling, I could be wrong, we don't even have 12 games. We got just 11. So my thing is, in a 12-game slate, we might as well play 9 conference games. Yeah. That way you can guarantee 9 conference games, 3 non-conference games. EA, I didn't single out FAMU. I said as a whole. FAMU's part of a conference. I said as a whole. Right? We have enough data to show that Jack State's playing 2 D2s this year, right? Southern is playing Louisiana College. We can go on and on about who scheduled who. The data's right there. Yes, Prairie View got a tough schedule. That's one team amongst 11. I said as a whole. Because, see, if it's up to me, because here's why I disagree with you, Perry, right? When I disagree with you, here's where I draw the line, right? So it don't have to be one or the other. See, I want, and I've said this before, I want Jack State to be the best version of itself. Just because we play for the SWAC championship and go to the Celebration Bowl does not mean that we can have a competitive, attractive slate to play every year. See, I disagree with the fact that, we only want to win the SWAC and go to Celebration Bowl, so that means that we don't really care about playing nobody else. Because if that's the case, then this move today means nothing. Because what's going to happen, and Perry already said it, they're going to be teams that's going to schedule 3 D2s next year. You can bank it. I can guarantee you there's going to be multiple next season that's going to schedule 2 D2s next year.
So Lane, Miles, and Tuskegee going to get a lot of phone calls, huh?
For sure. Or CIAA.
Jackson State being one of them?
Man, you know what? Probably so.
Because it hasn't that been the conversation over the past couple of years of people even since the Deion days, of wanting to see Jackson State against other FCS opponents outside of an HBCU name. And I can remember those of the conversation. In Jackson State played Mercer. You played Tennessee State. And you played Hampton. And aside from the Celebration Bowl, playing a MEAC opponent, give me any other FCS team that I made.
Well, you know what? Well, see, I look at that. I look at that differently. And Steve can vouch for this. I remember a time when we would play Northwestern State when they were good. Play Stephen F. Austin on a home and home. Play teams at the Southland. Like we were doing it.
You gotta refresh the minds of the new SWAC fans though who've been around.
So you heard that no kids don't know that no more. So they don't know.
Right? Yeah, you gotta refresh that mind. Like when was that, in the 80s or the Gordon days?
In the 90s as well. But the point is, even sometime in the early 2000s we were doing it. But what we're doing now by large, and I'm saying as a conference as a whole. We may have 1 year where we have a decent schedule, but again, and look, this is not just on JSU. I'm saying any school on the FCS level, man, playing 2 D2s is asinine. I don't care if the end game is the SWAC championship and the Celebration Bowl. My thing is, man, play attractive games. It's not about saying that you want an attractive game. I want to see the real mettle of my team against good competition, right? So, for an example, just because we want to see our team beat good teams. Point blank, period. I don't care about being ranked in the FCS because I know that's part of the argument that you'll get. Well, strength of schedule don't matter because we go play in the SWAC championship game and Celebration Bowl. Well, man, playing good teams does. Because let me say this.
Did you say you don't care about being ranked in the FCS?
No. I said that, I'm saying that we can, but I'd rather beat good teams is my thing. I'm saying
what's
a lot
a
of
good team to you? Is it just
good?
A team
I'm saying good teams. Like I would love to play. I'm not gonna sit there just automatically say North Dakota State, but hey, I'll play them in a home and home. My thing is I want to play good teams on a non-conference slate. Point blank, period. Because what good does it mean to you if you sit here and we only got 3 teams in a conference that's 500 or better, and yet you get to the conference championship game? Yeah, you won, but you only beat 2 good teams all year long. You're the best of the worst. Seriously, literally. Like, and that's where we are now. Like, literally. Alabama State, all the good that body did, and they had a great year last year. They had 1 win against a team 500 or better last season. 1. And we had people say they should go to the playoffs because they won so many games. But they beat 1 team that was 500 or better. Jackson State beat 2. Jackson State beat 2 teams that were 500 or better last year.
That ain't good.
I know this. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point.
So that's strengthening the conference as a whole and not necessarily focusing on non-conference. Because when we look at non-conference, we don't take non-conference as I'm going out for the challenge. We take non-conference as that's the dub we going to pay for. That's the one we going to pass around once again. You know it, I know it, you know it. Here go a number. You holler at it, I'm telling you, you got it. We do that. When it comes to non-conference, now some teams do look at it. Once again, Prairie View, when you look at this year, is the model. But teams in this conference, once again, when I said in my region, I've seen Grambling in the past take on the Northwestern states. Alcorn is taking on the Northwestern states. The McNeese. Southern has done it. Northwestern State, McNeese. Even Valley, let's just say flat out, Valley, aside from anybody, has had the toughest schedule in this conference until this year when Prairie View finally has stepped up. Valley would go anywhere, anytime, any place and play anybody, especially on the FCS level.
Hold on 1 second, Mike. Perry, forgive me. Because that comment right there, okay, see, I see that, right? Those non-conference games don't put fans in the seats. Perry, I got a question for you.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No. I said the comments on the bottom of the screen. Oh. But I want to ask you a question. Does every game in the SWAC put fans in the seats?
Now, this would be my perception of it, because I've heard it from people to say, well, our fans don't care about those games. And once again, I can speak of a perspective from where I'm at, because I don't see when other teams in the SWAC take their fan base on the road against FCS teams. But I can tell you, I don't get that comment, especially from Southern fans, because if we say we don't care about those other FCS teams and we only want SWAC teams or HBCU teams, I know for damn sure every time we went on the road against any other FCS opponent in this region, we broke in that stadium attendance.
But when you at home,
hold on, wait. I just want to make sure I reiterate that when we play these FCS teams, when we go on the road, I know we have a stadium attendance record at Northwestern State, at Louisiana Tech, and now I'm mixing FBS to FBS.
No, right.
In the state of Louisiana, I know for sure Southern University has the stadium attendance record, not at A.W. Mumford, but on the road at McNeese State, at Northwestern State, at UL, and Louisiana Tech, and we may have ULM. I don't know if Grambling may have broken it, but I know for damn sure 4 to 5 schools we have stadium attendance records. To where when they take the drone shot and they use it on recruiting visits, it's Southern University versus their school. Now, how is it that our fans, quote unquote, don't like these matchups, but we show up in droves to these people's school to bring the HBCU experience to them. But then on the return, we have the Yale because we think they ought to be like us. Well, if we go pack out their stadium, we're looking for their fans as the visitors to do the same to us. But where's that same interest from our fans that took 15, 20,000 on the road to come home and say, when we play them, let's have that same interest? That's the conundrum that I have of people saying we're not interested, but yet when we go on the road, it damn sure seems like we are.
But here's my question. But hold on, Steve. But here's my question, though, Perry.
Hold on 1 second. I want to say something for you because Perry said something. Because on a historical standpoint, this goes back to '87. Florida State, the number 2 ranked team, came to USM with Deion Sanders and them boys, couldn't sell out. A week, I want to say a week later. 2 weeks later. First time ever USM ever sold their stadium out, ever in the history of their program, which was amazing. Now, we're talking about at the heyday with Deion Sanders and Sammy Smith, and they couldn't sell that thing out. But I want to ask the question because we're talking about competition. And of course, this is a business. See, I gotta put the business side in there.
Well, see, let me ask you a question though.
I want to ask you a question. Prairie View has Stephen F. Austin coming into that barn. If they don't get a good turnout, and I know it's a home and home, does AD Golf say, "Hey, well, y'all didn't? I scheduled the game. You guys not coming. I got to make money for it. I got to make sure these home games make money." What do you say to that?
You asking me?
I'm asking Zoe first because Zoe's getting ready to say something, and then I want to come to you, Perry. Go ahead, Zoe.
I mean, my thing is the same with Perry. You come to the game no matter what. My thing is you gotta do put boots on the ground, do what you need to do to get asses in the seats. But the point that I was getting at, I wasn't even going in the direction that Perry was, though it was a magnificent point. But Perry highlighted Southern going on the road, right, and taking fans there. My thing was to the point of the statement was, well, those non-conference games don't put butts in the seats. But my thing is, Jackson can play Valley. It ain't put butts in the seats in Jackson. I can say Jackson can play Texas Southern. That ain't putting seats for the home stadium. Now, granted, we're not relying on their fans. We need our fans to come out. But my point is, we got to stop acting like, oh, these non-conference games don't bring out any fans. When all of them conference games don't bring out fans. We want to act like that's an outlier. It's not. Our attendance, even though we still do well, our attendance is down from what it was. Literally. But yet still, but watch this. Matter of fact, right now, the Alabama A&M game, that game in Jackson does not do well. That's why the game is in Mobile. Literally. Conference opponent. It's on the road because we don't do well from a financial standpoint with what we draw for that game. That's why it's in Mobile.
And you know how we ended up here? Because when we get the biggest crowd of the year, who you want to schedule? Lynchburg, Westgate, Lincoln. I think we have to do a better job at selling and stop being scared. For me, you talking about you want to win. It goes back to the school day, the movie. You want that opponent that you think you're going to get, then you get woe out. You can't be scared to play nobody at any given time. I don't give a damn if it's homecoming, if it's a classic, or if it's on the road. You got to treat it all the same. And for me, if it's going to be a tough opponent on my schedule, I'm going to play it at homecoming. But, we so scary with our brand.
Yep.
I don't want to lose like that in front of my biggest crowd. I don't want the alums to go back talking about us. I don't want any problems, but God damn it, it's the biggest game of the year. You got everybody there. You scared?
You know what, Steve? The last time we played Alabama State in Montgomery, do you know what that game was? That game was a de facto Eastern Division championship. And it was more Jackson State fans in that stadium than Alabama State fans. And we still didn't touch 20,000 for that game. The Eastern Division championship. Right? I know some people say, well, we knew we was going to lose. Because, it was the year they were down to the wide receiver playing quarterback, right?
Right.
But still, Eastern Division championship in your home, in your stadium, and their stadium holds like 21,000. And there was more JSU fans in attendance than them. So, so my point is, we always want to again, we want to cherry pick on the non-conference games, but again, all the conference games ain't doing what they're supposed to be doing. So let's not make it seem like they're outliers, is my point. Perry's spot on. Because I can say the same thing for Jackson State. When it comes to USM and other schools, you know what I'm saying, that we've gone to where we're the attendance holder, right? We've done the same thing. But now Jackson State, we do what we do at home. But my thing is, man, the shit could be a whole lot better. But I notice I'm not talking about Jackson State because we still do what we do from an attendance standpoint. But even us on certain games, we could do a whole lot better. But then you talk about, like, look, kudos to Alcorn. You know, Alcorn to be in the middle of nowhere. And when they're having success, yeah, Alcorn can still crack about 10 to 12,000 on average. It's amazing when you talk about their location, right? But then you talk about Grambling, same kind of similar thing. Grambling is closer to Ruston, better than Alcorn is, and Grambling still can do about 10,000. But again, man, if Pine Bluff can have a semblance of success, man, why they can't get their numbers up? Pine Bluff has a nice stadium, dog. Why they can't get their numbers up? You know what I'm saying? Why can't Prairie View, who's the conference champion, and yet still got a brand new stadium? I mean, well, fairly new stadium. And man, they can't sit here and get, I think Prairie View hold 15. Man, look, you 30 minutes, they come up with all these excuses. Oh, we got all this to do. But again, what's Prairie View enrollment? I bet you it's more than Jack State. Yeah, I'm saying, like, man, Prairie View should be getting almost 10,000 on attendance, man, and to be doing less than that, man, it's asinine. Same thing with A&M.
I think it comes from also historical perspective of, remember, just to go back to the 90s, there wasn't a lot of SWAC schools who can hold big games on their campuses, which was why the classics made sense going all over the country. I can remember even at UAPB, they played a lot of their major games. They probably played 2 games in Pine Bluff a year. Homecoming, which was typically seemed like it was Prairie View every year, and maybe like a Lane College or somebody like that. But when the SWAC schools came in with their fans and their band, they played at War Memorial in Little Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the Prairie View and Texas Southerns. They wasn't playing on home campuses, except if it was a game against a team, you know, that was nobody going to show up. But a lot of times you got those games in Reliance Stadium or in some local high school stadium that was big enough to be able to hold those crowds. The same can be a test for a lot of schools, even Alabama State, where they used to play the Crampton Bowl, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In Montgomery, because they didn't have that on-campus stadium. We've seen what that on-campus stadium looks like, the same way Jackson actually does have field where fans can show up, where you did your spring game, the same way Tennessee State actually has a stadium. Texas Southern actually have, but you see the size of those stadiums. And I say that to say, when you go back in time and we talk about attendance, those games weren't heavily attended. One of my boys at Prairie View told me, in a sense of looking like this: with the stadium that they have now and with the student body that they have now, they're trying to get students into coming to the games. That's working on the student body. But think about 3 decades of fans who didn't give a damn about a Prairie View game on Saturday that were students and alums. They found something else to do. It's hard all of a sudden to turn those 3 decades of fans that never gave a damn about Prairie View football, to turn them in 2026 to now give a damn about Prairie View football all of a sudden.
Man, so Perry, you were eating, Perry, hold on, let me cut you off. You were eating dinner, and you know, I know you probably didn't hear the show. We literally talked about this earlier, about brands, how important that is, building legacy. But proceed.
Because Southern and Jackson State FAMU, you'll have 3 decades of families saying, my grandma brought me to the game. My dad then brought me to the game. Ooh, we've been season ticket holders to this game, for my entire life. There's a difference of being able, and then those, have you paid attention to the schools that can say that? They had the stadiums where they were able to have those attendance numbers over the years with good programs. And the lineage went to where it became a thing where Saturdays are a holy obligation to show up to go support those teams, because guess what? It's in your bloodline. Your grandma and your grandpa brought you. Your auntie and your uncle brought you. Your mama and your daddy brought you. Your cousins brought you. Your big brother, big sister brought you. That was a thing. So for a lot of schools, when it comes to attendance, It's just a missed point of decades of years of one, not having a stadium on campus that really was suffice when you're talking about holding crowds, and two, having a brand and product of those days that brought families like how we see with the big game. That's why we call it the Big Three. Grambling, although they are a name, they not a Big Three. Jackson State, Southern, FAMU. That's the Big Three. Bama State on the bubble because the stadium that they get now, that they have now. But you say those teams, and if you talk about any three of those teams, you're going to talk about families of lineage of years going back of guess what? What they did. RVs, tailgates, season ticket holders going to the game. There's a lot of schools where you don't have that lineage or that connection to football where you look for it now in new age days that you would think you would have it, that they missed decades of being able to build those relationships with those students, alums, and fans.
And let me ask you guys a question, because you made me think of something, both here. And Perry, we literally talked about this because shout out to my Prairie View folks, man. Just a quick reset. It's Mr. Campbell. It's Zoe Phil. Perry White is in the building, sipping on Sundays on a Monday on the Off Script Network on the Rocky Miller channel. Man, we appreciate all of you all, man. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button, man. But I want to ask you guys, because somebody said something in the chat about the knowledge of the fans. And somebody's a football fan. You know how you'll see a matchup, the Big Ten versus the SEC. You know what I'm saying? The Pac-10, back when it was Pac-10, playing the Big Ten and things like that. Is it because we don't have knowledge of the other FCS conferences? If I went in to say, hey, listen, I want you to name who won the Southland or this conference or that conference. Could you tell me who their champion is? I'm telling you, 99% could not.
It plays a role.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why, because we don't know these schools and we don't know how big the matchup could or could not be because we've never interacted on that level. Because you guys know this. In HBCU football, and Perry, like you say, you got your black school and then you got your Confederate school. That's the way it is. Them FCS school, we don't know who they are.
But you know what?
Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all hold on, because I will never forget when Jackson State would play Georgia Southern all the time, and they had Tracy Ham, one of the most amazing option quarterbacks of all time, and I mean he would run Jackson State nuts. And I'm telling you, this is back when seasoned football fans, and we were like, who the hell is this? Georgia? Who did they play? And I'm talking when people cared about football, we didn't know what Georgia Southern was and what conference they were in. We just knew Jackson had to go over there. They had that bomb squad, and Tracy Ham would light their ass up. So I'm just asking, is that something where that's also a problem? I just want to pose that question to you two guys.
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you mentioned that, Steve, because you know what? I'm going to show you the dichotomy to that, right? Go back to when Prime was here at Jack State. I want you guys, if you can remember, because I remember vividly, there was a buzz. We made a change in our schedule in the summer of Prime last season at Jack State. Do you know what that change was?
What was that?
We added Campbell to the schedule.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, watch this. And watch this. Because this how I can show you how I can prove people wrong. We added Campbell. The coaches we're talking about, Mike Mitchell was the head coach at Campbell. And Campbell doesn't even have a good football pedigree or good football history, but there was a buzz because Campbell, for that one season, they had supposedly won the best recruiting class in the country. They were number one. We were number two. And they were actually, in this season, started off pretty well, right, from a one-loss record standpoint. And there was intrigue for that game for that reason. And so there was a buzz. It was Jack State homecoming, but it wasn't looked at as homecoming. It was a buzz about the damn game because of who it was and what they represented leading up to this game. So my point is,
it wasn't Mike Mercer, was it?
Mike Minter.
Mike Minter. And that was, I want to clarify, when I had talked about y'all, I said Mercer and I meant Campbell. I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, Mike Minter.
Yeah.
So the thing is, play with the Carolina Panthers, play DB. And then, he was talking up the whole deal, saying they were coming down. It was intrigue for that game, and our fan base got up for that damn game, right? To your point, they weren't, in the average fan, no, they wasn't knowledgeable about Campbell. I was from a recruiter standpoint, but not necessarily the whole entire team, but I also knew that they didn't have no winning pedigree. But the thing is that, our fans got up for that game. So my point is that if they can get up for that, you see what I'm saying? You can get it for other games. The thing is, it's low-hanging fruit. Yes, we get it. These are built-in traditional things when it comes to playing, our conference foe, or even if we go across the MEAC, if it's an attractive game, right? I get that. That's built-in stuff. But again, you can change certain things with regularity. Watch this, because it's different when you're playing a team that has no cachet and no panache and no pedigree. Even a fan that's not knowledgeable can tell you who North Dakota State is. There's some names they've heard of because they've been winning.
Yep.
So my thing is, if Jackson State were to sign a home and home with North Dakota State, and on the first game they were coming to Jackson, man, please, it'll be plenty of buzz for that game because it'll be the first time they're coming into the Deep South to play a game, right? Then on top of that, they're coming to Jackson State. It's who it is and who we are. That game will be attended well, and our fans will get up for that game because it's a buzzworthy game. Now, to your point, if we're going out here and we're playing Cal Poly, that's a different animal.
You know why Campbell was the game that it was? You scheduled it for homecoming. If you want to buzz against an FCS school, you can't schedule it as a regular game unless it's an HBCU. You're going to have to put it, once again, as I continuously say, in front of your biggest crowd of the year, where it's going to be buzz anyway. We clearly get buzz against Virginia Lynchburg and the Lincolns. You want the biggest crowd to show up of the year for those. But if you're going to want the buzz of an FCS opponent that's a non-HBCU, it's going to have to be homecoming. That's going to create the buzz. Other than that, I promise you, our fans are not knowledgeable. I promise you.
That's a damn good point.
Some of us are, but the average fan want to know, whoever we playing, do they got a band? And is they band coming? Oh, they ain't got a band? I may not even go in the game. If we're going to play those the North Dakota State would have to be Jackson State's homecoming to get the buzz that you want.
Yep.
Because
and here's the crazy part. Right now, as we speak, there are tons of Montana fans, Montana State fans, and North Dakota State fans wanting and asking to play a home and home with Jackson State. Right now.
How many times do you think our schools say no?
All the time.
Right. Because
hold on. Let me
remember when UAPB went on the road to South Dakota State a few years ago before COVID? When Cedric Thomas was the coach, you remember they got whooped 90-6.
Yeah.
Do anybody remember that?
Oh, but you know what? I got to give Southern kudos to guess what? Southern actually had South Dakota State come to Southern a few years back.
That was in the early 2000s? It
was like in the early 2000s.
I want to make a point though, because like I said, my ADs is texting me saying, now listen, we're not scared to make these games, but here's the problem, and we got to make it balance.
AD, we talking fam, you AD.
No, I'm saying some ADs are texting me.
Oh,
they're watching the show. I can't say who, and they're saying the problem is who's gonna go where first, and that's the thing. No, hold on. Listen, this is legitimate because they scheduled the game.
I already know. I already know this. I already know the majority. Look, I know the majority of the time.
I'm heard by that.
But here's the thing. But guess what? He who has leverage has control. You either get the game that you want or it don't happen.
Well, this is so period. So he said, then Jack said, well, it was the whole thing. And you can talk about this because after I was like, yeah, y'all come here first. We'll go up there, but y'all come here first. And the whole argument, who should go where?
You ain't gonna never make no money scheduling the white FCS schools at your home. You ain't gonna never make money unless you do it homecoming. Simple as that. That's the only way you're going to create the buzz, because why the HBCUs, particularly the SWAC, has led attendance for 40 plus years. It ain't necessarily always the home attendance of all these teams. You factor in these classics. These classics bring in big numbers because of the matchups. But when we get to at least the decent crowds that aren't the homecoming crowds away from the big three, the Alabama A&Ms, the UAPBs, the Texas Southerns, the Mississippi Valleys, the Bethune-Cookmans, guess what? The only game that's going to draw is going to be homecoming, and you hope somewhere down the line you draw somebody that's going to bring a band to your stadium. It don't care about if they're a top 25 team. Our fans can care less about the quality of football. We have led attendance in FCS because the HBCU atmosphere. It ain't the quality of football. It's the atmosphere that comes with it. It's the D9. It's the music of the DJs. It's the bands. That's what draws. We can't get it confused as though we led FCS attendance because the quality of football.
Oh, for sure.
That's not it. It is the quality of the atmosphere, and that's simply what it is.
All right, guys, I want to pivot to this because, like I said, I know, and Prairie, we appreciate you having us on. And like I said, again, I heard your fiance, so I don't know how much longer I got, so I want to make sure we definitely talk to this.
Oh, you good?
I got a fiance.
Okay, well, listen, I want to make sure, because this is really important right here, because Perry, you and Scott have talked a lot about this, and I found this in so. Dr. McClellan talked about the SWAC TV. In the first 8 months of existence, SWAC TV has lost 55 million minutes watched, over 2.5 million unique visitors, and roughly 580 million impressions across platform, according to McClellan in his conversation. The commissioner framed the network's origin as equal part vision by the conference and cultural timing. As corporate diversity, equity, inclusion commitments shifted in the post-George Floyd landscape, SWAC redirected partnership dollars into media infrastructure to develop the network. Those corporate partners are putting those dollars in the media, McClellan said. So it was a kind of a godsend that we shifted to media. When we shifted to media, we've been able to hold on to them because of the media coverage. The network launched with football, added volleyball and soccer. By year 3 of the strategic plan, McClellan expects all 2,080 SWAC sporting events across 12 institutes, 18 sports to be available on the platform. To give our students this platform for mothers and fathers and grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, babies to see it. But now here was the thing. I found it. McClellan pushed back on reporters and fans who labeled the platform as a streaming service. Yes, this is digital, but this is far from streaming. This is a legitimate television network, same as ESPN Plus. It's Paramount Plus, he said, and that a fast channel launch on Roku Pluto TV sits aside the conference 3-year plan with the full cable network. We all talked about this, but I'm going to sit back.
By the way,
can you do this for me, Mr. Campbell?
What's that?
I want you to do this, and can you put it on the screen? Do you ever use ChatGPT?
I have, yes.
Are you able to use that while we're doing this right now?
I can do it right now, my brother. I'm gonna
type in the amount of views per minute that they saying the SWAC has.
Okay.
And ask ChatGPT, is that good for a network platform?
Okay.
What's the total number? It said 55 million viewing minutes.
55 million.
That actually comes to
ChatGPT is 55 million viewing minutes, a great number for a streaming platform or a network platform.
They actually come to 916,000 hours.
Because we're not going to say streaming service. It's a network, right?
So what you want me to say for a network or a streaming platform?
A network, because that's what the commissioner said. It's not a streaming platform. It is a network.
All right. Doing that right now. Let's see. You might have to clean up. Let's see here.
It's 55 million viewing minutes.
All right, here we go. ChatGPT is giving us our answer. Shout out to ChatGPT. And this is what ChatGPT said. Here we go. There you go. Short answer is yes, that's actually very solid, especially for a conference level or niche sports network like SWAC TV. Here's how to put those numbers in perspective. 2.5 million unique visitors. That's your reach. For a conference like the Southwest Athletic Conference, that's a big audience footprint. You're not just talking alumni, you're talking about pulling casual viewers too. 55 minutes watched. That's engagement. Divide it out. 55 million divided by 2.5 million is 22 minutes per viewer. That's actually strong. That's called sticky in the business. It means people aren't just clicking, they're sticking around. For comparison, a lot of digital sport content struggle to hold viewers beyond a few minutes unless it's live games. What this signals overall, the content is discoverable. You're reaching millions. The content is sticky enough. Double-digit average watch time. There's real monetization potential. Ad sponsorship, NIL exposure. Reality check, though. It's good, but not elite national network level yet. Major networks like ESPN deal in billions of minutes watched. But SWAC is competing with that. It's competing with other HBCU and mid-major conference content. Bottom line, for SWAC TV, those numbers are strong, growing platform, and very attractive to sponsor package right. There you go.
I wanted to make sure that was elaborated in a way that people could get an understanding of before we dove into it, that what those minutes mean, because although you put those minutes out there, people don't know what those minutes mean overall as a value.
I agree. What is it? And this is the thing, listen, man, I'm gonna say this. And again, I know the commissioner has had his issues with this channel, but this is Sippin On Sundays, Mississippi boys, Perry White in the building. I mean, listen, we here just talk about the business. We ain't here to talk about who, name, whatever. I'm gonna give listen, for what he's done, and of course we know it can get better. And I know they've been talked about and things like he's talked about it. But this is impressive considering what other FCS conference has this. And I think that's what ChatGPT is saying. Who else is doing this to this level? And I got to give McClellan, Dr. Charles McClellan, respectfully his name, and the commissioner, I got to give him a lot of credit. And I think there are opportunities, because here's my thing. And I said this to Sid and things like this, to Perry. You got the Jaguar Journal. Jaguar Journal needs to be on SWAC TV. Sippin On Sundays need to be on SWAC TV. Ken 1400 Club need to be on SWAC TV. People that are representing the conference, they're filling those gaps in time. They do it on the SEC network. They do it on the SEC network.
They will be nervous of shows like this coming from platforms, those different platforms. There is not a direct control of the content. So at any given time where there could be a pushback or a question of questioning someone that may be in administration or questioning the conference as a whole, puts them in a compromised situation that makes them uncomfortable in that administrative role.
Well, what Perry's saying is we can't have that, but they definitely should have original. They should definitely have original content.
Well, listen, man. Let me tell you something. I've been around a long time. Let's keep it a buck.
Thank you, Zoe.
Let's keep it a buck. Listen, if they gave us the outline of say, hey, this is what we want you to do, it's no different Paul Feinbaum, and you paying us, bro, we can hit the mark and still make an impact. If you paying us,
that's the part. If they paying you,
but guess what? Even outside of that, they should have original content for every school on that platform, and you don't see it. So basically, you should have a Jackson State show. You should have a throwback show about teams and players and coaches in the conference. Nothing. You should have a Southern show, FAMU show, Prairie View show, UAPB show. Hey, you could go into the whole thing from a historical standpoint of how each team got their colors and their mascots. You should have so much programming about each member institution that it ain't even funny. Nothing.
Hey guys, this is Rock. Hey, I'm listening to you guys, and I got a question for you guys, because I'm glad y'all having this conversation rather than another conversation about how to grow the game. But I was just gonna say this. I'm gonna say my comment anyway and just get off, right? And I'm gonna ask y'all a question at the same time. I think HBCUs has maxed out on culture and things related to culture and attendance, that cultural experience that it is. I think it's maxed out on it. I think it's time for them to invest seriously into the football and the sports aspect of it, because that's where I see the growth. Like I was at
Rocky.
Now Perry, Rocky. I was at homecoming with you guys.
Rocky,
what's up?
Break down maxed out to me before you go any further. When you say you feel the HBCUs, and when you say HBCUs, remember, the outside world, all of us, they don't know the difference between Jackson State and Edward Waters and Johnson C. Smith and Southern University. They think we all the same.
So
they don't know about the SWAC, MEAC, SIAA, SIC. So when you say maxed out, are you talking about a particular conference? And when you say maxed out, what does that mean when you say that?
So what I mean by maxed out on a cultural experience, I'm saying this, right? When I went to the Southern homecoming, I told you, Perry, it was the greatest cultural experience that I've ever had in my life in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Like when you talk about the black people, the black excellence, the food, the culture, the entertainment, the camaraderie, I don't think there is another experience that is more richer than a HBCU homecoming or HBCU football game and event. Like, I don't think there's more culture in one place than a HBCU football game in the middle of the fall, especially at homecoming. That's what I mean by you guys have maxed it out. You guys created the most amazing experience that a black man can have in America. That's what I mean by it.
I don't know if it's maxed out because it's different strokes for different folks.
It can't get maxed out.
You can get that type of environment week in and week out for a home game. For Texas Southern, you may get it 1 week out of an entire season for one home game. I think it's in the same to be said for Jackson compared to Mississippi Valley. I think it's different for different folks.
So what I mean by maxing out, I think you've grown the game using that as a draw the most you can. You created a game. You've created a situation where these schools have tremendous participation during homecoming, regardless of the matchup. And I'm saying now it's time for them to start leaning into the football and making that the center of what's happening.
No.
In the game.
No, not even by
because that.
No.
What do you mean? What could they do?
I'm tell you, no.
What could they do to grow the game culturally? What could they do to grow the game culturally?
Culture will never be maxed out. Now I understand clearly what you're saying, Rocky. Listen to me good. The culture can never be maxed out. So here's the thing: the SWAC, as we all see it, wasn't the culture's always been there. The football matched the culture at one point in time too. I was alive and I've experienced it, right? So the thing is, what you're saying, I get what you're saying. You would like to see the football be on par with the culture. I get that, but the culture ain't maxed out. Because just like you just came to the party a few years ago and you said it was a great experience I ever had. Guess what? There's generations of other black people who haven't experienced it yet. And so you still want to package that culture like what it is. It ain't ever changing because it's in every person that's there, and it's just oozing out of us, right? But the thing is, to your point and what you're trying to say is, you want the football to match that, because if the football matched that, then guess what we did? All we've done is we went back to 1980 or 1970. The only difference is we got social media and all these cable platforms. Because again, I lived this in the 80s and the early 90s. The culture in the football, it fit. It did. There are plenty of people in the comments who are my age and older who can tell you this otherwise. Like, I've been to the vet with a sold out vet. I've been to the Valley in all-core game when it was on Sunday. Closed circuit TV throughout the whole entire state. I was there. I witnessed it. Seeing Jerry Rice. So again, these highlights, I'm 47. I lived and I was a part of it. So what I'm saying is the culture is there, right? It ain't ever going down. That shit ain't never going away. I can tell you right, and it don't need to. It don't need to.
So let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you.
The culture, Rocky, is simply what it is. It's unfortunate what I'm about to say, but it's never going to be simply about the football, ever, on the HBCU level. It's going to always be about the culture, because we no longer, when it was the days maybe of the football that created the culture in the early days, it's because we had the greatest athletes. All the black kids went to the HBCUs, and you had literally the best talent that was out there that could beat any team with any name on the jersey at any given time.
And let me add this too. Okay, I think we'll all say the SEC, right? It just means more. But guess what? In the 80s, what about talking about no goddamn SEC? but watch this. In the 80s, yes, they had they had pomp and circumstance. They had the pageantry. Yes, they had their traditions. You had the third Saturday in October. You had whatever other win the game. So it was the mayonnaise version of it. It is what it is. But the SEC was steeped in tradition. I'm not taking nothing from them. They're Southern. They had plenty of traditions in the SEC, but their football wasn't there. It wasn't there. So the only thing that happened was the football, and we put things in place to where the football crept up and got to what it was. But that's why I'm telling you, I lived it, bro. The SWAC football used to be like that. It mirrored that. But I understand what you're saying. Yes, you would love to see the football. I get what you're saying. You would love to see the football and more of an emphasis placed on having the football turn around and be what it's going to be to match the culture. And we can talk about that. And I would love to see they get to that too. But the culture ain't never going away, bro. It never go away. And
so this is what I'm saying. I don't even want to the culture. I don't want nothing to change about what's going on. I think you guys have a tremendous experience, whether it be at FAMU, at Southern, at Prairie View. Guys got to have a tremendous experience. But my only point is that the investment in the product of and you guys know this because you mentioned the SEC, right? And one thing about the SEC, somehow they forced all the other schools, whether it be Tennessee, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, to make the similar investment in football so that they all operate.
No, they didn't. That's cap. Let me tell you why. That's cap. That's a lie. No, they didn't. You know the SEC did? See, the SEC can do what they do because, Rocky, they don't have no restrictions, bro. So you want to talk about Ole Miss, Mississippi State? I'm glad you did. I'm a Mississippian. So Ole Miss, Mississippi State, they got these great budgets, right? Right now. Do you know where 90% of their budget comes from? Because Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Mississippi got money. The state of Mississippi got money. Mississippi State got money. Ole Miss got money. But they ain't got Florida money. They ain't got Texas A&M money. Do you know why? So the majority of Ole Miss and Mississippi State budget, you know where it comes from? It comes from their SEC payout. So let's don't get it twisted. Ole Miss and Mississippi State are literally in the SEC because they are charter members. Mississippi State does not have a single series lead against any team in the SEC. They are literally the Valley of the SEC. And I can't even say that because Valley owns some series record against a few teams in this conference. But Mississippi State has zero.
But are they serious about football is the only point I'm saying, so.
You know what? I mean, haphazardly. Because, again, the bulk of their budget is solely because we're in the conference and we get the payout. They're not serious to the point because if they were really serious, then they would match Florida. If they were really serious, they would match what Alabama and LSU was doing. So, and they have the donors to do it, but they don't. So my point is, we talk about the SEC, but understand, they don't have any restrictions, bro. Listen, when we talk about, you say you want an investment, you got to remember, Rocky, yes, we have some alums that are doing well. Where Jackson State is not Ole Miss. Jackson State is not Mississippi State. Southern ain't nowhere in hell. It's like LSU. Southern, okay. What's my guy Perry? What's Southern? Tony Clayton. Guess what? LSU got about 200 Tony Claytons. Southern got one.
Wait.
Hold on. My point is,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
Wait a minute. So hold on, because you made a point. But wait a minute. Everything is on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Because everything is on the level. Because guess what? While we might not have that money, you see Southern put $900,000 to coach and pay Marshall Faulk. You see, FAMU gave.
Yeah, but Steve, hold on. I'm glad you said that. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. Southern raised $900,000 for Marshall Faulk, right? Right? They did that, right? Okay, then watch this. Now, I want you. Now, if they came up this week and said we need another $900,000, you think they're gonna get it?
I said it's levels to it, though. But the point that but I'm saying what Rocket said. We can't say.
No, I'm not saying. No. I think if you say it that way, I never said that we couldn't do something and we can't raise what we are. My point is, we have restrictions. They don't. We can't.
And I'm not saying. I think Steve has done a great job of making me understand the historical context of HBCUs. But even with that, so when I'm gonna get off after this, it took the. And I hate to use this, but I'm just going to use it just because it's at the top of my mind. It took Coach Prime being hired by Jackson State for in my opinion, for the Jackson State fan base to be reinvigorated about football again to really just go into their own history, go back to their own history of being great in football. It wasn't. You guys always say Prime didn't invent nothing. He didn't bring nothing new to Jackson, and I agree with you guys. But were you guys serious? And I'm gonna get off after this. Were you guys serious about football before Prime got there? And I'm done now.
Oh, very much so. And I would say this. No, Prime didn't reinvigorate Jackson State fan base in regards to giving, because if you go back to Coach Prime's IG account, which is there right now, if you could gladly go back to about 3 years ago, on the day that he had that great press conference, right, that went viral, I want you to go to the very next day. The very next day. I could paint it for you. He was on his lovely little go-kart that had Coach Prime on it. He drove to this little building. He met up with with Ashley Robinson. He gets out. Ashley, what is this you showing me? Ashley wrote out some blueprints. Oh, this is gonna be this, and this is gonna be this, and this is gonna be this. That was already in the works before Prime got there. So what I'm saying is, yes, Jackson State was doing things before he got there, bro. It's just that, you know what? Because HBCUs, when they move, Rocky, they move in silence. We don't advertise all of our moves like LSU does. We don't sit there on everything that we do. Now, I can't speak for every institution, but I can tell you they move in secrecy sometimes on a lot of different things.
Not even HBCU. Real, so.
Huh?
Deion Sanders did.
No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying that he. I'm saying that he didn't reinvigorate the fan base. That the basis of our giving was because he got hired. Did he bring on some other? Did he actually reinvigorate something? Yes, he did. What I'm saying, but the question was asked: were we giving and doing things beforehand? Yes.
Yeah, of course. But there's something that make me want to give a little bit more when we pass that collection plate around one more time.
Yes, hold on. I can speak.
Sanders in the
The thing that Deion Sanders really changed at Jackson State was day-to-day operations. I'm telling you, the main thing that he changed was the culture and how we handle business and what we do from a day-to-day standpoint. That was his greatest asset to Jackson State, because those things are still in place right now. I'm telling you.
Let me get back to
football facility. He got your.
He didn't get a football facility.
Huh?
He did not get a football facility.
Well, you got a turf, and then you
he helped bring the turf field.
Didn't he enhance the wherever, like the medical training room? Didn't he enhance that?
No.
At the gaming room, like the hangout for the players, didn't he enhance that?
No.
Y'all didn't have that before, did you?
No. That's what I just told you. That building, that whole thing was already in play. It's on his IG right now.
In play, but he sped it up, because I know the damn Southern University Alumni Center been in play for 30 years, and I ain't seen it yet. But I know if we get somebody in the right position at the right time.
No, Perry. No, Deion Sanders did not speed none of that up. Deion Sanders he helped bring the practice field. I can tell you how that happened. He helped bring the practice field. The turf.
Y'all on airplanes flying Delta, wasn't it? Was it Delta or American he had to deal with? I mean, he enhanced some things.
I didn't say he didn't do anything, Perry. The thing is, the question was, he reinvigorated JSU fan base to give more money. I said yes and no. I mean, we were already giving, and there was things in place beforehand. But when it came to that particular facility, no, that was in place before he got there. That's just the fact.
Now, so let me get back to, because I'm gonna bring Doc on in a second, but I want to get back to the original of, because Perry, you asked the question, what did it compare about? What do you think about the next steps for SWAC TV? Where are we going? Are we going to look and see for SWAC TV being behind a paywall in the next 2 or 3 years? And
I expect to.
And then money being, because like I said, because one of the things, and EA was in this, so yeah, I'm going to answer your question. So there was and McClellan, Dr. Charles McClellan said SWAC, which they didn't, was that on the HBCU Gold deal was 10 years, $120 million. So basically, simple math was each school's supposed to get $1 million. So when he was on a particular person's show during the SWAC, I'm not going to say the show, he was asked a question. So I was in the chat and I asked it, and the person asked it. So he got upset saying, we don't reveal that. I'm like, well, other conferences do. Well, we don't. Where you see that? So I had to go digging. So I will say that we have gotten money from the HBCU Gold deal. And depending on the year, because what it is based off of what advertising HBCU Gold sells. And then whatever they get, then they send it back to us. And from what I've been told, that we have gotten each school, depending on what year. I don't know what we got last year, but I know when I asked this question, we had gotten close to $500,000 from an HBCU gold deal each school. That I can say. So this is interesting that now he's setting this up. But now I want to say that okay, I'm confused about something. Again, there's no disrespect. What did you mean when he said this is a network and not a streaming service like ESPN Plus? It's like ESPN Plus, and it's like, aren't those streaming services? I'm not being funny or being disrespectful. What was he trying to go with this? What did you guys think he was trying to mean by that?
Let's Google what's the difference between a streaming service and a network. I mean, we just got to lay it out for the people. You know, I don't want people to think it was just my opinion. Right. But I think it's best the same way when you chat GPT that to give people a better understanding. It's best to put what's the difference between a streaming service and a network.
Let me go, man. Let me make sure I look at this quote. And the doc, I'm gonna bring up in 1 second. Hold on, let me look at this. He said, McClellan pushed back on reporters who have laid a platform streaming service. Yes, it's digital, but this is far from streaming. This is a legitimate TV network. Same as ESPN Plus. Okay, so I guess.
What's the difference between a streaming service and a legitimate programming network?
Let me, matter of fact, hold on 1 second, because oh man.
Hey, I'm just gonna come on and say this. A streaming service depends on subscribers for the majority of the income, and the network depends on ads and sponsorship revenue.
Okay, Rocky. I see what he did. Okay, you know what?
So
I'll accept that.
So
answer.
that's why.
That's
why I believe he said that.
People to see.
Yeah. Now I'm pulling it up. But you know what though? I'm smart enough to understand. You know what? If in great words of Steve Rogers, I understood that reference. I did. That's Avengers. If y'all know, that's the old Avengers. I love that.
I think he probably said that.
So loud.
I think he probably said that because he has brand deals in the works, that if he switches over to a streaming service, which means that he would be behind some type of paywall, that would affect his business model with those. Because ultimately, if you have an advertiser that's buying advertising package from you, you don't want a paywall in between you and the advertising you done purchased. You want to get that advertising out to as many people as possible. And the way that you do that is eliminate the paywall.
What do we have here?
You don't.
You can see that?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Perry. I thought you were saying something.
No, I was wondering, I said, what do we have here so you can inform the people on what it came up with?
So Rocky basically said that television. But here's the thing about this, which is interesting though, because again, it's not free. Because again, cable, you pay for cable to get access to ESPN. So that's interesting on that. A traditional TV network, they use ESPN scheduled programming delivered through cable satellite broadcast signals, funded. But here's Rocky's point: funded by ads and carriage fees. Cable providers pay to carry them. Limited by channel time slots. Streaming service like Netflix or Flow Sports. Look at that. Put up Flow Sports. Shout out to ChatGPT keeping it real. Because I asked a question about Flow Sports earlier. On demand, watch anytime, delivered over the internet, usually subscription based, sometimes free with ads, no real limit on how much content can be available at once. You control what and when you watch it. There you go. So, but here it is. When you get blurred. Now, wait a minute. And this is where I think where we're at. When it gets blurred, important in your case, shout out to ChatGPT, straight getting black with us. Today, a lot of brands do both ESPN, television network, and streaming by ESPN Plus. Conferences may have a network name, but operate digitally like SWAC TV. Something like SWAC TV is technically, here you go, Perry, a streaming platform that functions like a network for one conference. Bottom line, television network, linear, scheduled, channel-based, streaming service, on-demand, internet-based, user control. And the industry is moving fast towards streaming because it gives more data, more flexibility, and more direct control of the audience.
My thing that I think about SWAC TV that does not make it quite a network currently, and why to me is still streaming, there is not programming that is set in place. Like when you watch SEC Network, that's programming. Tomorrow may be set for straight Tennessee Day. They're going to show the great Tennessee football game, great Tennessee basketball game. They're going to show you some show that's going to talk about Tennessee. Then you're going to see some show that's going to give you a history of one of the greatest Tennessee football players, probably Peyton Manning. You're going to get a Tennessee show that's going to talk about Pat Summitt. Then they're going to show you a Tennessee basketball game. There's programming. SWAC TV does not have programming. It just have games and events that have been streamed that you can go back and watch at any given time. Correct?
Right. You have an on-demand service. When you look at it, it's almost like an on-demand service. Like when you look at it, like, because I have Hulu. You know, you got Hulu. I got the bundle package with Hulu, Disney, and ESPN. So you can go back and, you know, like you said, you can watch it live. You watch all your games and stuff live, but you can always go back and rewatch it at any time that you want to. Now, when it comes to the SWAC TV, I'm with Perry. If you want to be an actual television network, I'm with Perry. Like, show some game, you know, give us a program where, you know, like you said, let's say talk about Southern, right? Like Southern Athletic. You know what I'm saying? Like, give us a program like Southern Athletics, like you said. Let's talk about Ben Jones. You know what I'm saying? Have a documentary about Ben Jones, or have a documentary about Pete Richardson, A.W. Mumford. And then, like you said, show one of the, you know, great games from Southern football, basketball, even baseball with having Cato as a head coach in the baseball field. You know, like, just have something to where we can, like, you can continually go back and watch, and it's, you know, like, you treat it as, like you said, it's TV.
At 12 o'clock, this is going to be shown.
Right.
At 1:30, this is going to be shown. And then you promote that on social media saying, hey, 6 o'clock, be sure to tune in tonight. We're doing the documentary on Roger Kadar. We're going to talk about the history of Roger Kadar and Southern University baseball. And then after that, tune in at 8 o'clock. We're going to show Southern versus Southern Miss in the regional, opening regional in the early 2000s, whatever. You know, that's programming. And then you promote that. Be sure to tune in here. Be sure to tune that. Right now, SWAC TV is just nothing more than game stream that, like he said, you can go back and rewatch. But when it comes to the content, there's nothing more than what was streamed in that moment and what was said. Just like everybody's quoted the commissioner from speaking, doing what he did about the schedule. Guess what? He didn't get on a regular show. He just so happened to say this during one of the events, and somebody caught it. And it was an event that you never thought anybody would be watching TV.
Right. That made big news because everybody started writing articles like, whoa, wait a minute, what?
And I know that many damn people wasn't watching that event. They saw one media entity quoted, and then they all said, well, this one, nobody was watching that to hear that, because that would have gotten missed. It took one entity to catch that and then was like, whoa, I think I just heard him say this. And wrote it, and then everybody else. But it wasn't as though it was the commissioner's show with an update. This just so happened to be said during a stream. And that's all it was. And that's what this is right now.
That's facts. So listen, let me ask you a question, because I know one of the things that Zoe we talked about, and I got up. Zoe, do you want to talk about Jack State's budget? Do you want to get in that real quick before we get up out of here?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the things I find interesting about, and Perry, I definitely want to hear this about you, because it's two things. Before we go, Perry, I want to ask you about baseball, because I want to, and that's going to be quick, but I want to get into this thing here, because I saw this article and I found it interesting because, again, I thought it was for, clicks. And this article was talking about Jack State's deficit. I'll pull up real quick. And I just found it. I was like, okay, here we go. Hopefully this should pull up. Yep, there we go. All right. All right. Can you guys see that?
Why Jackson State Athletics lost more?
There you go.
Lost money for the third year in a row despite a $1 million revenue increase.
There you go. So Tia Reed, and my mother, somebody go and find out where she went to school at. Because again, hey, shout out, she's a black sports writer. We want to support it. But she wrote this article. She wrote this article April 15th, which was last week. Okay, hold on a second. There we go. And she said, key points. Jack State Athletics report a financial deficit for the third consecutive year in fiscal year 2025. The department's overall revenue increased by $15.6 million, but expenses grew at a faster rate at $1.64 million. Football's tickets rebounded to $3.2 million, matching the level seen during the Deion Sanders era. The men's and women's basketball team combined for a loss of $1.65 million. So Jackson State's athletics lost money for the third year in a row in fiscal year 2025, despite an increase in revenue close to $1 million. According to documents obtained by Clarion Letter, Jackson State operated at an $816,891 deficit in fiscal 2025, which ran from July 1st to July 30th, 2025. The deficit increased about $624,000 from 2024 is the program's greatest since 2021, when it nearly lost $2.5 million. The athletic department's revenue for 2025 rose by the fourth year row, increasing by $15 million from $14 million. But expenses also grew, increasing approximately $1.6 million from $14.8 million in 2024 to $16.4 million. The last time Jackson State operated in a profit was 2022, when the excitement generated by former football coach Deion Sanders led to $4.6 million overall ticket sales. The largest source of Jackson State revenue was student fees, ticket sales, SWAC, NCAA distribution guarantees, institutional support. Ticket revenue increased by $1 million as the Tigers hosted 2 additional home games, including SWAC championship game. Jackson State Celebration Bowl added an additional $714,000 in SWAC distributions. Guarantees also increased by $270,000, while contributions from student fees were down $780,000. Jackson State's large expenses were athletic student aid, $4.3 million. That's for the athletes, of course. Salary for the coach, $3.6 million. Compensation and travel, blah, 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 blah. So, and then I would just read here, Jackson State football tickets rebound. So, Zoe, what do you think about this? Why was this even news?
It really is only garnered what it got because of the way that the heading or the title is written, basically. But when we talk about the actual deficit, to be honest, what that dollar amount represents to me, man, that's damn near breaking even. If you know anything about college athletics, Jackson State budget is basically on the verge of breaking even, which, if anybody who knows business know, if you ain't in the black, best thing you can do is break even, right? But here's the thing about college athletics. Since everybody said, oh, Jackson State's losing money, I want y'all to find me the SWAC school that's operating in the black right now on the athletic budget. Find me one that's in the black. And I can assure you Jackson State is nowhere near the bottom. But find me one that's in the black. Also, let's talk about Ole Miss. You know, Rocky mentioned about, right? They have a great athletic budget. Their expenses are way more than Jackson State. You want to take a guess what Ole Miss, what their budget was this year? They're operating at a $5 million deficit. And it was greater in 2024 when it was $7 million. And guess what else, Steve? Every school in the SEC is operating at a deficit.
Well, you know, Perry wanted, hey, you know, ChatGPT, our cousin, night. And I already knew this because I've heard the stupidity over and over again. 99% of all athletic departments
operate at
in the red. And this is when you got $75 million in TV deals.
So what gets me is
hold on. Only about 10 to 20 athletic departments, this is the Power 4, operating the black. So again, that's the big thing. That is just crazy. So you're looking at it. So consistently profitable program are the blue bloods. Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. Last time I checked, how many schools in the Big Ten? 16, right? 16. So 3 out of 16 are in the black.
So check this out. There are 15 profitable programs in the Power 4. 15 in the Power 4. So what's so crazy is just to listen to so many idiots right here, you know, talk as if like, oh, Jackson State's bleeding money and we're losing, as if like we're worse off than them. And I would say, find me, I'm serious, find me the one school in the SWAC that's operating in the black. Find one.
Don't ask me how I know this, but I do know this because this happened about the OBG thing when we spoke. I think when we went to Celebration Bowl, out of the 12 teams, and I can pull it because I actually had this data, it was 3 to 4 schools that were in the black and all the SWAC. FAMU should have been one of them. That's why we were like, how in the hell we weren't not in the black, and we went to Celebration Bowl and we had the SWAC championship.
Here's the thing, Steve. When did you have that though?
Yep, that was 2023. And we had Celebration Bowl and we had SWAC championship.
What year is it now?
It's 2026.
Okay.
That was the raffle ticket gate. Y'all remember that?
Okay.
She said she was selling raffle tickets to raise money.
Okay.
So
look, let me say this, Steve. Look, I get it, man. Look, it's Jackson State, And when I have, a few people who just, I gotta find me something to nail their ass with. I don't care where it is or where it is. So let me find something to just, I gotta get them with it. And I'm just like, I find that, the irony is that it's coming from people who like, your school's in the deficit too. But my thing is it's lunacy to really talk about it, because again, it's the cost of doing business for pretty much all of us. So we don't talk about everybody else is in the deficit. Just, let's talk about Jackson State. That's why I'm like, do y'all hear how y'all sound? But anyway, it is what it is. That's pretty much the vast majority of all athletic teams that operating.
Perry, what do you think? You guys spent that big money for Marshall Faulk. I don't hear nobody around there complaining if you guys are in a deficit or not, because you said we're going to spend that money. What do you think about just overall when you see these articles, which really skew to something that is like every school that faces this? What do you think about that?
I think at the end of the day, it's not written to be malicious. I think it's written to be reported, and that's just simply what it is. And regardless of who wants to be reported on whose school, it's for the record. That's simply what it is. And it's not meant to be neither good nor bad. It's just meant to be informative, in my opinion, when it's not an outlier. It's not like it makes you different from any other school who's also performing at the same rate, maybe with a bigger budget where that deficit looks different. But at the end of the day, it's public record. And because you're a public institution, we have to report on it to make sure everybody's up to date on where the public's money is going and what does the public money look like within this said institution. I think for me, that's simply what it is. It does not have a good nor a bad to it. It's just to be informative piece for those constituents, fans, alums, and anybody out there who may otherwise have questions on how it is operating, because you may not get it directly from the institution itself.
Hold on. I gotta say this. Crook. He said, Crook, I'm Perry. I gotta say this because Crook said that Carrie, we in the black steel broke booty selling D. Well, no, you're not. Southern has a deficit too.
What'd you just say?
I said Southern has a deficit too.
No, what you said before that? He
was
making reference specifically to Jackson.
No, Crook said that we in the black, meaning Southern.
And
I said, no, you're not. Southern's not in the black. No, they're not. Southern has a deficit of 1.5 million. But Southern doesn't have the largest deficit either. There are other teams with larger deficits than that. So my point is, it's all of us. There's not a single team. There's not a single school in the SWAC this year who's in the black. Not one.
And that's why I say I don't think the reporting.
No. I'm not. When I said it earlier, I'm saying I don't have issue with the article. I don't. I was just saying that it stroked the ire of people just because of the title, the way it's worded, right? To some people.
If you want the nitpicking on why it's Jackson, people gonna say, well, it seems like Jackson is rolling in the dough, right? Because you hosted. And just listen, this is the outside perspective, and I don't want you to think it's people hating on Jackson, but it's gonna be people hearing Jackson always boasting and bragging. We got 60,000. We hosted the SWAC championship. We getting this. So from the outside, I just want you to understand, it ain't the hate. It's just, it would seem like from the outside looking in that Jackson State may be doing a little bit more than what they doing. But then when you roll it back, it's like, oh, they ain't doing what I thought they was doing. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but my retort, if I heard that, my retort will be, well, in football, we are doing what you're thinking we're doing. The deficit comes from other entities. It said right there in the article, football, it had an increase and all these other increases, but it's the whole athletic department. Basketball had a shortfall.
Man, we got to pause the show, man. Listen, we got real reporters coming up here, man. This is Mo Carter. What's up, Mo? Welcome to Sippin On Sundays on a month, man. Listen, Mo, I appreciate you being up with us. Mo, what you got, man? Got to bring you up.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Hey, what's going on?
Mo?
P. White. For anybody that doesn't know, Perry White now or college classmate. So if you think he's crazy now, think about how he was back in undergrad. It's about 10,000 books. By good people, though, man. Ms. Campbell, good to see you. Zoe, good to see you as well. Somebody sent this over to me or whatever. I'm literally just getting back situated. I hosted the Alabama A&M athletic banquet tonight over on the Hill. Got a chance to meet Eric Dickerson. He was the keynote speaker tonight.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so pretty good experience. So if you check me out on social media at Mo Carter 554, you'll see it posted in the morning in the mix. But yeah, somebody sent this over to me or whatever. I'm like, well, you know what? I think I can give a few answers about SWAC TV since I do some work or whatever. I can't give you all the answers, but you know, for the most part, one of the things I'll tell you this, guys, you always got to remember, first and foremost, you have to remember this. SWAC TV was not supposed to even happen in 2025. 2026 was supposed to be the debut. But because of the changing landscape of media, you know, Dr. McClellan and the administrators from all the different schools had to kind of make some things happen. So that's why you ended up getting SWAC TV in the fall of 2025. You consistently see the growth. Now, there's still more things that are going to come to fruition. I saw y'all talk about the streaming versus TV network thing or whatever. And I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you. You could take it in so many various ways. And I say that only because I work for a television station at that, you know, and nowadays, especially with TV, it's not just about linear. Man, I'll tell you, majority of my work is even seen on television. It's actually seen online and on our Plus app now. And that's kind of really the way things are going, you know, moving forward as people cutting the cord and really just moving away from your typical being in front of the TV, because you can basically get everything on your iPad or on your phone or smart television, however it may go. From what I know with SWAC TV, once again, I'm only a talent, so I can only go by what has been told to me. There are more things moving down the pipeline, like programming, for example, will take a shift. There will be some sort of programming shift on some things, but you got to get the ducks in a row. I think right now the main thing is that you want to make sure that your pregame shows and your games and, you know, anything else that they want to kind of get going for 2025, 2026, they want to really get that off the ground. Once they got that off the ground, they've seen the success, you know. You probably saw my tweet with the, you know, with the growth that we've had, millions of minutes. Those things will continue to come to fruition. And I think as you continue to do that, you're going to see more things come through. But it's my understanding that a programming schedule will be built in the future. I just think that, like, it's not the current plan at the moment, but it doesn't mean that it's not forthcoming.
That's good to hear.
Bo, listen, first of all, I want to, you know, I appreciate you, man. Listen, because I'm going to tell you this just as another note. Me and you got the chance to, you know, talk to you at the SWAC championship game. Listen, man, we're going to bring the black sports reporters over here on the network, man. I'm going to get you and Gerald Thomas. We're going to talk some real stuff. So I hope you'll be able to do that. Get my man Walker on there. But Mo, listen, I appreciate you coming. Here's the thing I want to talk, because I think this is a great thing. And like Perry said, it was kind of like a one-off. He wasn't getting interviewed about, he was just kind of talking the free flow. How important is it to the SWAC for this to be successful and far as bringing in revenue? When do you think, and I know this is where this is going, but far as the channel itself bringing revenue, bringing additional sports like he's talking about, and people like yourself being able to promote the brand like you do, actually like you're doing right here, how important is that?
Look, well, first of all, it's important. Let me answer that question. Utterly important. But let me also say it like this. Don't laugh when I say this, but you guys are going to get where I'm coming from. Think of it like this. Y'all remember back in the mid and early 90s when FUBU became a big thing with the For Us By Us stuff? Well, this is kind of our version of that now. Primarily because, yes, we have the deal with ESPN for media. We have HBCU Go. But you only get X amount of money on the dollars. With SWAC TV, the money and the dollars are basically controlled by the Southwestern Athletic Conference with the advertisers. And for the most part, you know, yes, I know we get to the point where we saw all the same cricket commercial and the Academy commercial and the Home Depot commercial and the Nike commercial. Guess what? Those are and Pepsi. Let me not forget about Pepsi. Pepsi is definitely up there for sure. You know,
good job,
those people are the folks who maxed out on the advertisements this past year with the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And now when they go back to the drawing board and to the table for sponsorship presentations, they're going to have the first wave of right of refusal. And then you're going to start to see everybody else kind of roll in the dough in the situation. So because you're able to control that narrative with financials, it's a win-win situation. I think the better thing that's going to come up in the future is when you see more schools contribute on their own to SWAC TV. And I say that, for example, Alabama A&M here, you know, I work at Fox 54 WZDX. all the years I've been here, we've had the coaches show on our channel. Well, for basketball, they decided to make a pivot, and the basketball coaches show actually went to SWAC TV first, and we kind of got a replay of it for Fox 54. And when I asked Dr. Paul Bryan about that, he said that, it was just them really trying something out, but also understanding the digital advertising dollars as well. So you use an example like that, and then you think about it, eventually if my guy Todd Sterling and the Jaguar football show makes his way over to SWAC TV as a digital product, and, whatever Alcorn has and Jackson State, like if they're able to do that as well, then I think you start to multiply your advertising situation, but it'll be up to the schools to really, really kind of hone in on that. But I know Alabama A&M will probably be a university that a lot of schools will look at to be like, okay, we see they're doing it. Now let's see what we can do with that. How soon will it be? I don't know. But as far as what I've seen in recent situations, that could possibly be the trend.
Mo, and I think the side that to take it to the next level of network is taking content like that from around the conference that specifically talks about individual institutions as a whole, whether it's a coach's show, whether it's showing a halftime show using the band media that I think can also play an integral part to this. And let's just say, like when I watched Southern versus Jackson State basketball, when they went to halftime, it just was nothing. It was just dead space for however long halftime was until they came back. The network side of things for me, aside from being a streamer and a streaming service, would be us then utilizing content and putting it in places in which we would have dead space to not only market and brand said institution and the content, but also to have programming in place to where there is not that dead space or those same over and over and over commercials, because you could have those brand corporate sponsors and have this show presented by Cricket Wireless, have this show presented by Pepsi and whoever else, and then have those playing throughout those spots. And I think that's the next level to look forward to now. And then not only that, if you're not even going to show content of a show during those times or before and after, you then now have promos of shows that's coming up. Hey, catch Dr. Charles McClellan every Monday with the Commissioner's Corner presented by Pepsi. Be sure to tune in at 9:30 every Monday to replay it. You starting to want to see that incorporated in it as well, where you use those corporate sponsors to promote content and then create content, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, Perry. And everything you're talking about, I think that's stuff you're going to see moving forward. You got to remember, you just wanted to get SWAC TV off the ground first and foremost. That's the thing about it. Like, you want to simplify the plan as simply as possible. That's literally it. Hey, we've all been athletes. You remember the whole KISS factor, keep it simple, stupid. Well, literally, that's what the SWAC was doing or whatever. Let's keep it as simple, but let's maximize on our progress, and that's what's happening. So things you're talking about, I could foresee it coming, but once again, I'm not that person to tell you it will happen, but I can also say it should happen. It may be in the works to happen or whatever. So those things will come to fruition because, you do look at it. I think about some of the other schools I've seen, on the D1 level, especially with their ESPN Plus stuff or whatever. You check out their halftime thing, you see their mass comm department doing interviews with different professors and things of that nature. That is something that can easily be done at various schools around the Southwestern Athletic Conference, for example. And I think that'll possibly be implemented, but I also feel like there's going to just be a lot of ideas that will be thrown at it. Of course, hey, we're HBCU. So remember, for the halftime show stuff or whatever, we had to make sure all that was situated for, for football, for example, especially since, we know it's a window, but we still have to make sure there's a set of commercials that was running. Actually, I'll give you an example. Any game I did or whatever, I know for sure, all right, we're going to hit the commercial after we interview the coach on the sideline. We're going to have about 2-minute whatever commercial, and then boom, I've got to introduce, whatever band. They'll play for about 8 minutes or whatever. All right, I'll send you to commercial, come back, another band's coming. Like, we got to make sure all those things are hidden because those big-time corporate sponsors are paying for it. So you have to kind of stay on the brink of it with all that, with that. But as far as everything you said, though, Perry, I think for sure those are ideas that probably been floated around, but it's probably just going to be forthcoming in that mix. And look, I saw my guy, Mr. Edwin Moore. He asks, is that why Alabama A&M's post-game interviews were on SWAC TV, where most of our games ended immediately after the game? To be honest with you, Edwin, our decision to do post-game interviews with Coach Dawn Thornton and also Dante Jackson is really just on us. They told us we could end whenever we want to end. It's just a matter of, hey, if we got a whatever coach, we're going to go ahead and grab them. And we just kind of just kept rolling whatever with it as well. Some of the other SWAC TV games we were able to do that I was able to do that was not Alabama A&M. If I couldn't get you a post-game interview, I was at least giving you a pregame or a halftime interview as well, primarily because, hey, I want the fans to get as much as they can on SWAC TV, just besides just getting the game. That's another big reason when you look at a lot of my football games, you saw like me doing the notable alumni. Like, yes, people need to know about these folks, and then every once in a while, I throw a little extra little person in there or whatever. Like when Prairie View played Alabama A&M, I threw in Dr. Kenyatta Cavill because, I mean, hey, he's the dean of HBCU sports media, and I mean, people know who Dr. Cavill is, just in general, well respected. And he texted me, he was like, "I was not expecting that." I'm like, "I'm glad you were not expecting that." Same thing when FAMU played a game I had for FAMU. I drew Tiffany Green on there because, hey, she deserves the love and respect in that situation. So
and Mo,
what's up?
Something that I would like to see, and I like you say, things were getting off the ground this year, but as we move forward, just like what I love every time I hear the commissioner of the SEC when he gets up at SEC Media Day and before he talks about the athletes, talk about the students, and then he talks about the network and the power of SEC network and why it is important for the branding and the marketing of all the institutions within the SEC. But he also always goes into the detail that I think is the best for me. It creates opportunity and internships, not only for the athletes, but for the students of the institutions to be able to gain experience by calling games, being producers, being directors, being cameramen, being camera women, all of these things that go into it by making sure that we teach them at these member institutions to be able to have them produce these things on their campus to create the content that we all can use together as a network and as a conference. And as we move forward, that's something I would like to see strengthened as the SWAC with its member institutions, where we can get on the same page and not only use this to stream to show the games as the student athletes, but also create opportunities for our students on our campuses to be an integral part to gain experience and internship within SWAC TV and within the SWAC office, where they can be those that can call games with a Mo Carter. They can be those that also can work on their sideline reporting, camera work, producer work, sound, audio, whatever the case may be, where we're creating those opportunities for those students as well as those student athletes. And I think at the end of the day, that should be the overall goal of where we want to go on. How do we produce this as well as give opportunities for our students to be able to grow within SWAC TV, to where when they graduate, this may become a job for them, right? The same way we use SEC Network going into the ESPN field. So where this could also be that same opening door where you do the work on SWAC TV, and that opens the door for you to go into HBCU Go TV. It opens the door for you to go work for ESPN, and not just on camera, but behind the scenes as well.
Well, Perry, I love your comment, man. What I can tell you is this. That's happening at Alabama A&M. That is happening at Jackson State with my guy, Rob J., making sure that all the students behind the scenes are getting that experience. That's happening at Bethune-Cookman. That is definitely happening. What's another school I know for sure it's happening? I know Alabama State has, put some work into it as well. So,
I'm going to say Grambling too, I think, Mo.
Yeah, and Grambling. Yeah, man. Grambling had student broadcasters this past year. I know one of the young ladies, she played volleyball, and the guy Nate, who was the main whatchamacallit, I know he did work for football as well. So it's certainly happening across the board. Now, can you get all 12 teams on board? I think that's just going to be a collective decision that needs to be made, because also at the end of the day, Perry, you want to put out your best product as well. Absolutely. I mean, granted, You know, it's hard for me to be like, yeah, I'm about to give up my seat, or Coach Van Pettaway is about to give up their seat for somebody else. But what did we do with the students? You know, we put them on the sideline. So we had student sideline reporters for both the men's and the women's teams. You know, they're sitting in the huddle. They're giving us, you know, the insight on what's going on. They're interviewing the opposing coaches as well. And then I'm getting them feedback at the end of the game on what to work on, you know, moving forward. And I'm talking about like simple stuff. Like, for instance, you know, Dawn Thornton. She's like 6'2", 6'3". All right, you cannot hold the mic very, very far from her mouth. Yes, she can project, but I had to tell, you know, one of my guys, hey, get it close to her so she can really, really speak to you or whatever, because if you're holding too close to you, we hear the echo. So it's small things like that I'm sitting here just critiquing, not a harsh critique, just, hey, make it better for you from a presentation, but also make it better for the individual as they build their confidence in that situation. Also, I want to add one other thing too. EAD5D said all 12 schools meeting the camera demands for SWAC TV. I can't directly give you an answer, but I do remember Dr. Charles McClellan during the SWAC basketball tournament saying that there has been an effort and multiple conversations with all 12 presidents and all 12 athletic directors to get the look of SWAC TV to be unique and pristine. And then I kind of heard somebody also say something about like, hey, you know, Alabama A&M's look and Jackson's look are probably like the top two, and you want to try to work from there in that space. So I imagine that's a type of conversation like, okay, let's just get the camera situated or whatever. And lots of times it's not even the camera. It's just more of how you're calibrating the lenses, or you're making sure your white balances are right, or you're making sure your color balances are white.
And Mo, that's the part where I guess I'm getting at, where we come together collectively and we realize, what does that investment look like for all 12 institutions for a bare minimum for us to all look alike? And then we create this holy Bible of production that passed out to every school, that we all follow that holy Bible of production. And not only do we follow that holy Bible of production, we have production symposiums or conferences annually every year where we come together and we feel, how do we brush up on this? How do we work on this with our students? How do we work on it with our interns? How do we then work on it from those, especially yourselves, who are the veterans in the game, and giving that input to where you're not necessarily getting that firsthand experience on air live in that game, where your mistakes are going to be, you know, you're going to make mistakes, but
you
at
will.
the end of the day,
you're
not getting firsthand experience with your mistakes live on the air, where we're somewhere and we worked on this and we got this Bible of, all right, across the board, these are our people, this is how we want it to be, and this is how it's going to be, to make sure it all looks uniform across the board. And it's not Alabama A&M doing their thing, and their thing look different from Florida A&M, and Florida A&M thing look different from Grambling. And, you know, and then it's kind of like, all right, we're trying to do the same thing, but everybody doing it their own way.
Yeah, it's going to take some work. Once again, it's one of those things, it just does not happen overnight. I mean, I'll give you the simplest thing. For example, here at the TV station I work at, there are 3 different types of cameras that are being used. I have an older model because I basically have had this camera for almost 10 years, while there are a bunch of other younger models. Well, you do from time to time see the videos look a little different just because of either the way they're calibrated or the way certain things are with some of the newer cameras that may not even show up on my camera. So it's just called adjustments, man. And I mean, once you kind of get really that adjustment situation, I mean, basketball is a little bit easier to correct. Football, I mean, Perry, you know, you do band, bro. You know, if that sun coming in a certain direction, it's about to be game over in certain situations unless you didn't change that filter. So
I gotta change that ISO.
Exactly. So with that being said, man, you know, sometimes it's more of just a personal thing from a preference standpoint. And once you get a uniform situation, because I mean, sometimes you just want to get something on air, and I understand that can happen, but eventually you have to realize, okay, something on air also needs to be elevated just a little bit. And I've got a chance to kind of notice that, you know, with my guy James Crenshaw and Woodlawn Entertainment this past year. And then we had another group out of Texas. They did some work. And then Broadway Entertainment, which is here in Alabama, they do most of the high school stuff, but they did a couple of games I did as well. And I mean, I admit, you know, it were all similar looks, but it was a different uniqueness to each and every one of them.
There it is. D. Mo Carter, Fox 54, Huntsville. My God, man, Mo, listen, we really appreciate you. Yeah, man, listen, and I'm going to tell you this from Sipping on Sundays, man. This is what this is all about, man, being factual and actual, man. And for you to take the time, because I know it's late, like you said, you just got off from working, man, we really appreciate that. And listen, I'm going to say this to be honest with you, because, again, Charles McClellan's our homeboy. Man, we want the SWAC to be successful. We want our homeboy to be successful. And when I'm seeing with SWAC TV, and I'm saying again, nobody else is doing what we're doing. So, no, man, all in all, man. And like I said, we see what you're doing. You're doing. Hey, man, first of all, Mo, real quick, shout out to your social, because, hey, listen, if you want to follow what's going on, Mo, what's your social media? Let people know real quick before you get off of here.
All right. On Twitter and X is at Mo Carter, Fox 54. And it's the same thing on Facebook as well from a professional standpoint. And if you want to check out anything from my actual station website, just fox54.com/sports. You check out all the things we got going on here in the Tennessee Valley and North Alabama. And of course, you know, besides HBCU stuff, I do cover some SEC things from time to time as well, you know, so that's all happening. But no, I'm totally with you, Mr. Campbell, man. No, I've been grateful to see the work that Dr. McClellan has been making, because clearly you always got to remember where you came from, and you know, remember some times prior to that. So, and I'll just leave it like that. But now what's happening is certainly phenomenal. And I think the coolest thing about Dr. McClellan is the fact that he's just been so transparent. He's been open about things that are going on when you have interviews with him. Like, he's not hiding anything. He's not, well, like, you know, you ask him a question, you're going to get a straightforward answer. Mm-hmm. Is it the answer you may want? It depends on the situation. But sometimes you have to kind of just make it happen collectively. And you also have to understand, you know, scenarios and situations. But nah, man, the SWAC is definitely, you know, moving in the right direction. As you mentioned, nobody's doing what we're doing. I think the next thing is just to kind of just elevate it. And that's why when I made that tweet last week, like, hey, this is what we the fans are doing. And that has been supporting the Southwestern Athletic Conference with all these minutes watched. I mean, you go back to the first month, we had 8 million minutes watched. And now we're in April and we're beyond 55 million minutes. I think we'll get to like 65 because we still got the softball tournament still to be played. We got the baseball tournament still to be played. And we have the outdoor track and field championships that still need to be ran in the upcoming months. So I think we easily can make it to like the mid 60 range. And, you know, and then after that, you just kind of just go with the flow and see what happens next.
Well, man, Mo, we really appreciate it, man. You know, you all right to be a Jaguar, man. You know, every time, you know, you Jaguars come on, I'm impressed with the education that y'all got down there. You know what I mean? I thought y'all were just down there for the girls, you know, but it seemed like y'all were learning down there, man. So I'm just happy for you, man. I'm just appreciate you.
Look, I did put the student before athlete when I was there for sure.
Oh, yeah, and man, listen, Mo, you let them know you played football down there for them boys. You had to let them know. Sometimes people get you mixed up with the wrong person, man. You got to let them know.
Indeed. But look, I also will say this too, man. You know, some of my best years for sure down there on the Bluff. But also, I'll tell you, you know, as I've gotten into my professional career over the years and getting a chance to travel all these other, you know, HBCUs, you know, especially in the SWAC, man, I tell you, it's always a rewarding experience because, you know, you always receive a whole lot of love and, you know, you kind of pick up a thing here or there and whatnot. I'll give you one example, and I'll go ahead and dip. So you know, when I had Jackson State Tuskegee last year, you know, I got a chance to kind of go hang out in the tailgate spot for a little minute because I got there pretty early, thinking, oh man, you know, well, let me say, like, anytime I've ever been to Jackson State, I've always had to be there early just because I've always had to fight the crowds. Now, granted, the majority of the time was Jackson State versus Southern, and we know what those crowds look like. But, you know, the Tuskegee crowd was a little bit more lesser in the situation. So I'm hanging out or whatever, and I see, you know, TC Taylor and them pull up or whatever, and then all of a sudden, you know, on the loudspeaker they're playing Get Ready, and like it was the instrumental, and I'm sitting here like, God dog, when is the instrumental going to move to the next part of the chorus? Because all you hear was dun, 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 and like it kept going and going and going and going. I'm like, good God Almighty! But you know, people was getting into it or whatever, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, that's their tradition. It kind of kept moving forward or whatever with it, and you know, that was pretty dope or whatever, just in that space. I mean, I came to FAM a couple of years ago or whatever, you know, got a whole lot of love down there for ironically, a Southern versus FAM game, which was, you know, pretty cool in that space. So, you know, you learn a lot of stuff from time to time, and it's always good. And, you know, for me, for the most part, I got a lot of respect for a whole lot of folks or whatever, just because of, what I do here and there. Now, look, if it was my wife who was a die hard Jag, that's a different conversation. Yeah, first thing she'll hit you, will be like, I got 2 degrees from Southern. That's the first thing she'll tell you.
Gonna let you know real quick.
Huh?
She gonna let you know real quick on that.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. She'll let you know about that accounting degree. And then after that, she'll let you know about that MBA. So, but nah, she's always great people. That's why I've always appreciated Southern University for giving me 3 things: quality education, an opportunity to play football, and an opportunity to meet my wife. And we've been married going on 12 years now. So, it certainly has been a wonderful thing just in general. So, but yeah, man, with that being said, appreciate you guys, letting me into the mix. I mean, somebody sent this to me. I'm like, all right, as soon as I get off the set, I'll swing on by or whatever. I'm glad I was able to just share any information.
Whoever said that to, and Mo, listen, do me a favor, man. And, I'm just between all 5,000 just watching this. Tell your homeboy, tell our homeboy, man, come on Sippin' On Sundays, man. We got, it's a different vibe here. You know what I'm saying? Come on over here, hang out with the Jackson folks. You know what I mean? And break some news.
Who you talking about?
Charles McClung, I know you got it. I know you got the number. I know you got his number.
Well, look, I'd have to go through the protocols, and I'd have to reach out to Andrew.
Yeah. Hey, Mo, listen,
I'd have to reach out to Andrew Roberts first.
We know about the gatekeeper. Yeah, okay, Mo. Listen, I don't get nobody in trouble. I'm teasing, man. But listen, Mo, on the serious tip, though, hey, man, listen. I talked to Mo, man. We're gonna get some of the great Black sports writers covering our conference. And man, we're gonna do a Black sports reporters. We're gonna talk to Mo when his schedule permits. And talk from as you say, an analytical for journalism side, Mo. Just us podcasters. Get y'all boys on here, man. But Mo, we really appreciate you joining us, man. Thank you so much. That is Mo Carter, Fox 54 Huntsville. My guy, Mo Carter.
All right, Perry, Mr. Cameron, Zoe, y'all take it easy, guys, and have a great night. Remember, go SWAC.
All right, Mo. Good night, man.
See, man, listen, man. Man, when you got the outspoken family, the Sippin' On Sunday, man, you just break news like that, Perry. You just break news. Now, Perry, now listen, before you go, I got to do this because I was going to listen, man. I know listen straight out, man. First of all, thank for everybody that's been hanging on, man. We got a lot of people watching, been on all night. They've been waiting for this. They've been looking for Perry. Man, the Sippin' On Sundays on the Monday. Perry White in the building. Zoe is not asleep. Can y'all believe it? He's still hanging on, so I got to get this thing rolled out. Hey, listen, man, because hey, man, it's a good show, man. I appreciate the engagement. But I did want to talk about something because Perry, because you did a show with Roger Kadar, and Perry and Zoe, I know you know about the great Bob Brady, coach at Jack State. Bethune-Cookman baseball. And Perry, I wanted to get your opinion about this because they did some things the past week there, bro, that folks was talking about. And I want to just put this out. Bethune-Cookman went and beat USF. Big game on SCC TV. The defending national champions beat them 10-7, and then came right back and beat the Florida Gators 13-7. Now,
Three straight midweek games.
3 straight. Perry, now listen, you know about baseball. You talked to a Hall of Famer. I wanted to know because I come back, man. I remember Julius McDougal, Oil Can Boyd, Ricky Weeks. You know what I'm saying? Guys like that. When you see baseball, and I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. Have you seen, because I remember some runs that our baseball team and those great Southern teams with Ricky, didn't they make some runs like this when they beat, because again, it's not the first time. I want people getting all crowd like, slow down, y'all. This is not the first time we've beaten Power 4 teams in baseball. Okay, let's be clear. But what do you think about what Bethune is doing? And what do you think about compared to those great Southern teams? And so you may or may not know about those great Jack State teams with Julius and those boys and stuff like that. So what do you think about this, Perry, and what Bethune-Cookman is doing for SWAC baseball?
One, I think it is good that they're living up to the expectation of carry on the tradition and legacy that the great Roger Kadar, pretty much fulfilled within this conference. You're talking about a coach that's in 6 Hall of Fames since you brought him up coming from Southern University, and considering what he did, the first HBCU to go and win a regional in the late 80s against, at the time, number 2 Cal State Fullerton.
All right, now slow down. All right, wait a minute. So slow down. See this. So hold on. And reason why. See, you hear you young folks. I'm just trying to tell y'all we've done this before. See one thing. Listen, Perry, I'm in this chat, and I'm the oldest cat. I think maybe one other guy, and we got a lot of young folks, and they keep acting like, oh man, and nothing against Bethune, but I'm like, bro, I've seen this before. And like I told the Bethune people, no disrespect to Bethune, but baby, you got to win the SWAC. All this is good. But I've seen Jack State done this. I've seen Southern with that Southern squad just rip folks. So talk about that pair. Like you said, when was that again? When Southern won that regional?
It was in the late 80s in New Orleans, and Southern went down in the regional and defeated number 2 Cal State Fullerton and became the first HBCU baseball team to go in and win a game of that caliber. And you look at a team, even when Roger Kadar, 11 NCAA regional appearances over his career. You're talking about numerous SWAC championships, numerous coach of the years, and something that we'll never, ever see again. And it's not to diminish what's happening at Bethune-Cookman, but it's to give you a perspective of what was in the past to what is the future now. We'll never see this again in terms of what Ricky Weeks did. In the terms of college football, he won the Heisman of baseball, the Golden Spikes Award at Southern University. Yep. And I want people to take the time to understand how huge, I mean, absolutely how huge that is in the grand scheme of college baseball. Now to bring it to today of what Bethune-Cookman is, this is what it's all about. Now, what I would like to see more of in terms of what Bethune-Cookman is doing, I would like to see more competitive nature like that up top to bottom within the SWAC. I think that's how you build your profile instead of being, Bethune-Cookman won the conference last year, right? They went to the Tallahassee Regional and, they didn't fare well, but at the end of the day, they won the conference. Since they have been in the SWAC, they have been right there at the top of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need to get more teams to do things like this. This is what turns head. This is what builds the character of the profile of the conference. Let's say because Bethune-Cookman did this, and this may be a one-off, right? We may not see this again for another 6-7 years. I don't know in terms of the caliber of the wins. But if we can get this on a basis of an average of about 4 to 5 teams out of the 12 teams in the conference where we can go out and snip these wins here and there, that overall improves the entire footprint of the conference. And I think in all sports, it matters. And I know we talk about, hey, we're going to beat the black schools, right? But I'm telling you, it's something when you go out and beat these white schools, because upset alert was everywhere when they beat LSU. Upset alert was everywhere when you beat Florida. It just does something to the brand when you do something out of the norm of the teams that they always consider you can beat or not beat anyway. That's the black schools. But when you go do this automatically transforms you to something else. And you see what it's done for the brand and the marketing of Bethune-Cookman everywhere where it's been posted of teams seeing, well, who is Bethune-Cookman and how are they doing this? Because I was watching the Arkansas and Georgia baseball game over the weekend, and you know what they brought up? They brought up Bethune-Cookman jokingly saying, well, Bethune-Cookman is undefeated in SEC play. But the fact they even talking about Bethune-Cookman and the SWAC and a top 25 SEC matchup between Georgia, who's number 5 in the country, and Arkansas, who's the top 25, that just means more to me, as they say in the SEC, when they bring you up not for losing, but for winning.
Well, my only thing is I wish we had the same energy for football. But I've been noted, and I've been on record saying for years now that the SWAC as a conference, our best sport is baseball. When you talk about us being competitive against other teams outside the conference, things of that nature, baseball is a real legit avenue that we can actually go down and have tangible success. I can look to, like Perry stated, about what Roger Cahill has done, in the 70s and 80s. And then that's an issue, but I can talk about what Bob Bradley did at building the powerhouse of Jack State, because Southern and Jack State were the only consistent winners in the whole entire conference. And pretty much when we had those battles, a lot of those Jack State Southern battles were for the baseball championship, right? And then you look at the things that Bob Bradley did going over to Omar Johnson. Omar Johnson, being the only HBCU coach to beat the number 1 ranked team in the country. Jack State did that. Jack State did that. And in a shutout, matter of fact, beat ULL, who was, hot as a firecracker that year in the regional. Beat them.
Was this the year that Jack State went undefeated in the conference zone? Was that year?
No. Those years before that. This will be ULL. This was about 7 years ago.
Okay.
We went undefeated in the conference. We lost to Southern. And look, and we went
Southern in the conference.
Yeah, I know they did.
We lost Southern in the conference championship. That was in 2018 to 2019. When we lost to Southern then.
And so, you know what's interesting about this? This is the part of the other side of the conversation that people don't like to have, but people have it. When you look at that Bethune-Cookman team, do they look like all three of us?
No.
Now that's you know, I see you stepped right where I was about to go. One of the things that, again, Bethune-Cookman has done a great job because they're in Florida recruiting Floridians that don't look like us, and have done a great job over the couple of Florida A&M. Same thing.
When Bama State was having
Bama State were having that with I believe they had the coach that came from Bethune-Cookman, if I'm not mistaken.
They do.
It was legit the same blueprint.
Yeah, same blueprint. And Crook, when we beat ULL, that was actually about 7 years ago. So it was very recent, very, very recent.
So the thing about it with me, and again, somebody watched college baseball, grew up, watching baseball with my grandmother, where you saw an all-star team with all black players, almost the whole, outfield, shortstop, first base, Eddie, all these guys, pitchers. And to see where now, because of money and things, and really just not the focus like it used to be, and the opportunity where baseball, where you see for these kids that are athletes that maybe they just can't shoot a basketball, can't tackle because they don't like to hit. But baseball could be a great opportunity. But once again, we've seen where the kids that are playing baseball are getting the baseball scholarships.
And let me tell you, we talk about the Bethune-Cookman LSU game. I mean, I watched it. I don't know if I told y'all, my cousin pitches for Southern, right? Stephen Tolbert. Go look him up. Actually played well against LSU. Southern should have beat LSU the week prior to Bethune-Cookman beating them. Southern was actually up.
That changed the whole game.
Southern was actually up, and then they had one inning that changed the whole entire complexity of the game. And it would have been 2 wins for the SWAC over LSU, which wouldn't have happened in a while.
And let's not act like Southern has not beaten LSU before.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, they have. They beat them, I think, 3 times in history, I believe.
We just won a couple years ago at LSU. We won in Southern with Carrick Jackson was the coach. It has happened, and not only that, I think that when it goes back to it, talking about the black baseball player, so myself, I covered SEC baseball. I still do today. I watch a lot of SEC and ACC baseball. I don't know if y'all watch SEC baseball lately. There are more black players that I've seen now than I've seen more than ever across the SEC.
But who started that trend up there? It was Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt was the one that started that trend.
And now everybody, because Texas A&M got a few of them that can bomb it. LSU got them. So just looking across the board, even Georgia. But when you look at that talent, like many that I have a conversation with, about 30 years ago, 25 years ago, most likely those guys would have been on a roster at Southern University. And I'm just using Southern because of who has put 60+ guys through the MLB draft, who has coached 10 Hall of Famers, and they had a Golden Spikes Award winner at Southern. That's the type of talent that you would see that's typically that you see now at those schools. He would have had on his roster stockpiled with plenty of those guys, and why Southern can go out and can compete with those teams and be able to have that caliber of athlete that could go out there and showcase it and say, well, who is this school again? Because damn, they got some damn good ball players. And guess what? All of them look like all 3 of us.
Well said, Perry. Well said. This is one of those things that, man, again, how things flip and opportunity. So you see, they come over here to play tennis. We're going over there to play baseball. So, that's just the way it is, man.
It started with football. It went to basketball. It's baseball. The name of the game is like every other time. Can you keep up with the Joneses, which we can't, because our money just ain't their money. No matter what deficits they got, their deficit is a lot different from ours.
I just want the same energy for football. We want to highlight, we beat LSU. We beat so-and-so. Well, my thing is, but we don't have the same energy for football. We talk about the wins that we got in basketball. We Big 12 a SWAC agreement. We got 3 wins against those teams, but we don't have the same energy for football though.
You know why Carrick Jackson, who was the former baseball coach that took over after Roger Kadar, why I still to this day, he's the head.
He left with the Memphis, right? Memphis or Missouri? Missouri.
Why? And he was the head baseball coach at Memphis when he left here. What separated him from any other coach that I saw in an introductory speech at Southern University? most coaches say we want to win a SWAC championship. Because after SWAC championship, you're looking at a tournament that you already feel like you may not going to have much success. But Kerry Jackson never mentioned that once. In his introductory speech, all he talked about is I'm trying to get a team to Omaha. For me, that type of talk just, it elevates me. I don't care whether we can get to Omaha or not. I goddamn believe it, because guess what? You talking about more than just saying SWAC. You telling me you really trying to build something here that can get somewhere beyond just the realm of what we just know in our bubble, that you don't want us to be known within this bubble. You want us to be known on a national aspect with a national brand. And that's why Kerry Jackson became one of my favorite people to come through Southern University, because it was the level of what he was saying and where he was achieving to try to go. In my opinion, that is the same way why I like Tremaine Jackson at Prairie View. I don't care what nobody says. It's the fact that what him and AD Golf have come together and said, aside from everybody else, we willing to play the tough schedule, home and home. I don't give a damn if somebody show up or not. Just win. And then for us to take on those opponents and have that type of schedule, we want to be one of the best in FCS, not HBCU. I love anytime I hear coaches, because let me say this, and I'll be done. HBCU is not the athletic side of it. HBC is the cultural side in terms of the student life. There's a cutoff once we get to the athletic side of it. The athletic side is no longer HBCU. It is the competitive side. And the competitive side is no matter who we line up across from to shoot, to play baseball, basketball, football, tennis, golf, soccer, no matter the sport, it has nothing to do at that point with HBCU no more. It has everything to do with the competitive nature. But if you want HBCU, show up on Wednesday when we do Pretty Wednesday. Show up on Monday when we do fried chicken and red beans and rice. But when it comes to that damn football field and whatever else that we're competing in, it's no longer HBCU. And I think that's the main thing when it comes to our athletic departments. Stop looking at it being HBCU and look at it as the totality of what it is. It is a competitive nature, no matter whoever it is, white, black, PWI, HBCU. The name of the game is to whoop somebody's ass with your brand behind it, which is what Bethune-Cookman is doing, right? And which is what's gotten them in the spotlight. And which is why I think at the end of the day, all of these teams have come together on the football side and said, let's stop playing these Virginia Lynchburgs and these Westgates and these Lincolns. What does that do for us? We have to be able to put ourselves in a position to market and brand ourselves beyond to say it's HBCU sports. It's sports, point blank, period. HBCU is what you get Monday through Friday on the campus between classes and after classes. But when it comes to the athletic venues, it ain't HBCU. It's sports.
Yeah, it is. So listen, man, I'm gonna close this thing out with two quick things. So I saw a lot of people, man, and people was asking about this. And again, we had a great discussion, but I just want to touch on this because this is Sippin On Sundays on the Off Script Network, Rocket Miller Channel. Sippin On Sundays with a Monday, me, Zophil, and man, we got Perry White in the building.
And let me say this, you know, it may be Sippin On Sundays, but it's 420, so it's smoking on Mondays. That's for my
smoking on Monday. And clearly, Perry must have one in the back because he done reminded us that 3 times now.
Well, you know, you got the people who sitting back smoking right now. Watching
that's true. That is true now. It is
shit right now.
Now it is true. Now,
yeah.
So of course, man, you know, FAMU is one of them brands that people just love when something happens to FAMU. So of course, we on the APR. We ain't the only one. You know, I had to expose that. Everybody was acting. But here was the thing. Shout out to Gerald Thomas. He wrote an article talking about that, you know, because we on APR, that kids could leave. So everybody, all these people on FAMU are going to leave. Well, guess what, though? Sorry about that. Because that really ain't going to happen. Because the only people, and I'm going to point this out, we're going to move on. The only people that can leave, let me pull this out. Hold on.
And y'all
are only seniors or graduate students 1 year. Yep. What you mean?
I mean, just
say it again, Perry.
Has been going on at FAMU over the past how many since the y'all took that $1 billion check, and then the way it fell.
Well, no, hold on, Perry. Wait a minute. Now, Perry, wait a minute. So let me.
I got a point of where I'm going.
Wait a minute.
I remember listening to one of y'all board meetings where y'all was looking, and what the guy said, the board member said, you know, it ain't like we're Mississippi Valley or UAPB, and he they caught strays for no reason.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me finish this. I'm gonna get to the point because I want people thought it was gonna be a mad incident. So listen, there are only 15 players that even this apply to, and I'm just letting you know, ain't nobody going nowhere. So we good. So ain't gonna be a bunch of people in the portal because first of all, it can't be. All the young guys are there. They're working hard. We're gonna be ready to roll. We got the SIAC Player of the Year. That's our quarterback. So hey, don't act like we ain't got no seasoned quarterback. So we're gonna be fine. But one thing I did want to say, I wanted to show this part.
Don't crown y'allself. No damn black.
Oh, you know that. Oh, well, listen, Perry, that's coming. We go undefeated. We go undefeated. Oh, we national champs. I don't care how this season goes. You know we doing it, Perry.
Do not do that again.
I'm gonna just say you better beat us. That's all I gotta say. But listen, let me shout out to Coach O with the shade right here, though. Because when it first came out about the 8-part transfer, I saw Coach O with the massive shades. Talk about the grand, you know, Zoe. This is what I like. See, this is what I grew up with. Coach is doing a little bit of shade. Coach O threw a little shade. Now he gonna say, "Well, I ain't gonna talk about FAMU." Coach O, we know you're talking about FAMU, but Coach O, nobody's leaving, so we good. But he threw this little shade out here. You know what? Prepare. Let me tell you something, bro. And I'm gonna explain this like I told Sippin On Sundays last Monday with Mike Reed. We've had an APR for 20 years. This ain't nothing new. And each coach gave the next coach a bad APR, and that's not how you fix APR. So guess what? Now we got a dead stop. Coach Quinn Gray has got his academics that he focuses on. He's got kids he knows he's got to bring in. And you know what? And shout out to President Marvin Johnson. She said, "Hey, listen, this is an institutional failure. I'm going to fix it." So guess what? She can get her a win. So that's what we got, man. So, yeah, you know what? So we win every game. Yeah, man. We definitely say a national championship.
Do not do that yourself.
Well, we do. Hey, listen, and we beat everybody. I'm just trying to tell you. We just going to do it, Perry.
You just got to go home.
Well, yeah, we will be at home. Now, this is the last thing, man. I want to end this on a positive note. And I saw this, and again, I thought this was incredible right here. The Los Angeles Rams brought Ice Cube Jr. and Chris Tucker Jr. to do this, man. And I thought this was just utterly incredible. So I'm gonna play this. This is gonna send us out. Catch you guys on the other side about the comment, but I'm gonna play this because on a little positive. But I do want to ask you guys a question once this video finishes playing.
Hello, it's your partner, Big Boy. Angelinos, are you ready? Do you know what day it is? Yes, it's draft day. That's right, the Rams draft day. Who are the Rams gonna pick? We shall find out. Y'all continue to hang out with us in the neighborhood, Big Boy neighborhood.
No stopping all the dogs I'm dropping. It's Friday night, so everything is popping. I got skin on the head, so let the games begin.
Whose house?
Rams house, baby.
What I'm talking about. I know you don't want to stay cooped up in the crib all day. I know this. So I'm going to take you to Draft House today. Because it's Thursday, the Rams got a first-round pick, and we ain't got shit to do.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, I'm Terry, man.
Who's he with?
I don't know, but hide your stuff.
What's up, little Smokey? Craig Jr. I brought my dogs with me.
Hello, dogs.
What you got for us?
Yo, what you got for us, punk?
None.
You know, I used to play with the Rams. Drafted in 91. 11th round.
We know.
Man, can you just give me my ring back?
What ring? You know what? I'm ready to go right now, bless cause. What, Terry still got it? Huh?
Damn! I can hear that. Every time, Terry.
Yeah, that's right.
Why do they hang out?
Why? That's why. Oh, we need to go. Come on, man.
I don't know why y'all tripping on that draft so much.
Who you think we picking, YG?
Man, F them picks. I ain't gonna tell you young street punks again, stay off my grass.
YG, chill.
Why you always hating?
He in my driveway.
Yo, what up, Big
Yo.
Dog? You think they're gonna draft enough big boy to help y'all in them trenches?
Man, playing with these picks like playing my emotions.
You got it, man. Go ahead. Man, this Thursday's gonna make our whole season. And you know this, man.
Don't sleep on Friday, though.
You know it ain't no stopping all the dogs I'm dropping.
I want to drop a little Easter egg.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Zon.
Don't be surprised if something comes out or you hear an announcement on 12/26. Because if you look at their jerseys, they make sure to have 12/26 in that order the whole entire
Dropping
shoot.
that new Friday. That's gonna drop that. Tell them about that new Friday.
I'm just telling you, that's an Easter egg.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question, man, before we go. Perry, you talk about it. Listen, man, I'm old school, man, and I was so amazed just from the fact of how important our culture is, and the fact that even at the NFL even let them curse one to do one curse word. There might have been two in there, but just the fact and how big this has gone. But how important Black culture, hip hop culture, that the Rams, again, I know it's LA, liberal, blah, 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 might not have happened in, well, I ain't gonna say about the Falcons, but, in other states, what I mean? What do you guys think about how much our culture means and that they did it? And I just thought, other than little Chris Tucker, I mean, he didn't hit that, and you notice, man, I think he kind of didn't hit that all the way and everything. Perry, what do you think about this? When you saw it, what did you think about it? What do you think about how our culture influences so much?
I mean, take a look at what make up the biggest part of the rosters. You ain't gonna get nothing like that in MLB.
Right.
You're not gonna get that in soccer. You're gonna get that. You can get something like that in NBA and NFL because we make up the rosters. And when we make up the rosters, that means you got kids and teenagers and adults that look like us. They're going to be watching those games the same way we used to watch baseball in the 80s and the 90s that you don't have Black kids watching anymore because it's unfamiliar. You make something like this to be familiar because you already know who is watching. Black folks. Because why Black folks watching? Because there's a lot of Black folks on those rosters, which is why I think at the end of the day, I'm not going there, but it also creates the background of we need more Black head football coaches in the NFL because it is a league that's full of us that should have us representing as from the top to the bottom, not just the football player, not just the assistant coaches, not just the water person, not just the ball person, but all the way to a GM as well as to a head coach. But you only get this is because the relation to Black folks playing the game and watching the game in huge numbers. That's it. You will not get that in Major League Baseball.
No, not at all. So
it'll
what
be
you think
some
about
white guy with his dog out in a pasture, getting in his Ford pickup truck, with his shotgun over his shoulder. That's going to be relatable listening to Garth Brooks,
So what you think?
I mean, I had already saw it. I loved it. The irony with it, being in LA. Love everything about it. So I went viral.
Well, that's what I think too, man. Because again, we over-index on everything when it comes to social media and things like that. And again, it goes viral because we're going to push it. NFL gets all this free publicity. Perry hit it right on the head. Everybody, oh man, that's dope and everything like that. Everybody's pouring the same thing. There's a reason why, and let's not be stupid, why Jack State Southern family was part of the Michael promotion. I'm going to try to take my mom and go see Michael this weekend. You know what I'm saying? Got to shout that out. Shout out to Marching 100, the Jukebox, and the Sonic Boom to be part of that promotion. But once again, that made it go viral. So once again, they see it. So I'm going to say this, and this is the reason why I'm going to close this out. Our culture shouldn't be for free. That's my only thing. Make sure we do just like them other folks and we monetize it. So, of course, Ice Cube got a list. Ice Cube got them checks. Got his son, Chris Tucker, them check. And Joel, I think you hit something on there. So on 12/26, we might have to do just a show for 30 minutes saying Zoe was right. You know, things like that. But man, no, man, listen, I'm going to tell you guys, man.
And
Go
even
ahead,
more, let's look at things like this for SWAC TV and figure out how can we replicate stuff that also can be relatable to us to promote what we have as well.
Man, listen, you know what's crazy? And me and Zoe talk about this because Sipping on Sunday, we kind of have a Jackson slant. There are so many things that each pair of you down there in Baton Rouge, it's things that are uniquely Baton Rouge Southern that go together. Like what's that chicken place down there that y'all do? Y'all can do a whole thing with that. You know what I'm saying? The Plaza Jack Steak, man, the set at FAMU, it's all things that if you saw, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I see what y'all doing here. I see what y'all doing here. Just the way the culture intertwined in those schools and things like that, man. But listen, man, I just want to tell you, man, it is 1:08 on the Eastern time. Perry, listen, man, you know how much, man. And I'm saying this, brother, I love you, man. Everything you're doing is amazing, man. Thank you for coming on, man, because folks was looking for you. And, man, we had to bring that outspoken out on the Sipping on Sunday Monday. Zoe stayed up all night. My North Jackson little brother hung in there.
Hey, it's going to take Zoe 3 days to shake back.
Oh, bro. Oh, Lord. He won't be on the show on Sunday. I'm about to get Perry. I might need to get you a mic. He won't make it next Sunday. He'll be like, bro, I ain't here. So that's all right. So Mike Reed or KJ or Perry will be my host on Sunday. So ain't gonna be here.
Gonna take him 3 days to catch his rest.
My bloodshot red now.
This was a great show, man. We had a lot of people, and this is gonna be one of our most watched shows, man. This was incredible, man. But like I said, this is for the culture, man. Perry White, once again, tell them real quick where they can see you at. You know, let them know where you at.
Oh, the Jaguar Journal. You can follow Jaguar Journal or anything. I mean, shoot, we on Twitch TV to Apple Podcasts to Spotify to TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, and as well as on the Guard Network. And you know, one thing I will say, you can keep up with me on all of those, and I do the Jaguar Journal on 107.3 FM in Baton Rouge from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. every Saturday. And if you don't catch it, I mean, you can always once again catch it across all those sites. But I always want to make sure that we have this understanding that anybody, no matter if you're watching my show or watching this show of any of these shows, that we make sure we do not water it down to where it always seems like we got to be the yes men and we got to follow an agenda that has to be correct and perfect. That we do always keep open conversation that sometimes is going to be critical. And it can be constructively critical.
100%.
But at the same time, it starts conversation for people to have. And we also got to make sure that we leave that door open. Everything doesn't have to seem perfect all the time. All the questions don't have to seem politically correct and the answers, but that we have real dialogue together to continue to grow. That's what makes this special with you guys. And I think in this space, we need more of it. I get that a lot of times it's protected. But I think at the same time, people want to listen and have honest dialogue about the world that is going on, that we support so much, especially HBCUs, and in particular, in this case, the SWAC. And so sometimes it may be something that's critical of a coach. It may be something that's critical of an AD. It may be something that's critical of the SWAC commissioner. But at the end of the day, it's strictly business. It's nothing personal. And it's conversation. And it's healthy dialogue to have conversation. And it's much needed as we continue to evolve within this space together.
And there it is. Just number a little bit of healthy conversation. So listen, man, it's Mr. Campbell. It's So Phillips, man. All we want to know what you sipping on tonight on a Monday. Thank you. See y'all next Sunday with or without Zoe. Maybe. Oh, man. Perry.